you couldn't be in a better place to watch motorsport than here at Wiscombe Park.
I put 3 of my parts of my body, went off and enjoyed the roller coaster. Excellent.
Well, James, what I'm going to need now.
Simon?
Good afternoon, everybody. Here at this lovely, glorious hill climb down in deepest Devon. Well, probably not actually deepest Devon. I think we only travelled 15, 18 miles. So you're really probably on the fringe. Which the other county? That would be, could be Essex, really, couldn't it? No, we always look forward to coming down to this part of the world, particularly this time of year. One, because we have the magnificent bluebells. Secondly, historically, we've always had glorious weather. On the odd occasion when we have been down, it has been a little wet. Then the paddock, of course, becomes a little more slippery. But today's warm, comfortable. People out there with their sun hats on. Some nice Panama hats with the bands. Picnics are out there. Ice creams are clearly doing well. I can see various families sitting in front of me enjoying the cornet with the most delicious Devon yellow cream on top. We've got picnics starting. We're finishing off their second cursory look at the hill in class 3, I think it is, 3 and 3A. We have an interesting car coming through now. This is Yashang's Bugatti, a Type 44, which I believe came into his ownership about a year ago. John Staveley, who's normally my co-respondent here in the commentary box, is not here today, and he's the real aficionado of Bugattis. I know he gave Yashang a buff form the other day for the VSCC. The buff form, by reference, of course, is to show its eligibility both within the VSCC, pre 1939, and to give some qualification with regarding the chassis, the engine. But more of interest to John and I, particularly myself, would have been today, and I will collar Yashang a little later, is to find where this car came from. Briefly looking on the door, it would suggest to me that it came from Spain. So it obviously has been sold by Ettore Bugatti somewhere. I would think it's got to be the late 33, 34 probably, to a Spaniard who would normally, of course, purchase a Hispano, but clearly he thought this was a more interesting car to have than the national car, the Hispano, for Spain. So I'll find out a little later where are you pointing him out to? Yes. Well, in fact, Ed Burgess, who was with me, part of the VSCC and part of the Bugatti Owners Club, is with me here in the commentary box, and he is driving the Type 51 Bugatti today, which I want to talk to him about, because he's clearly climbed not only this hill numerous times, but also within the championship that the VSCC run. So, and there are also two other superb little Bugattis next to me. Another Type 51. Type 51, as opposed to the Type 35, you could always spot it by the twin fillers on the boot, on that beautiful French derrière. So the two owners of those cars are here. I think there's George and James. James there and George there collecting lots of information of looking at these lovely cars. If you're having a drink up by the bar with a glass of cider or beer, I'd love you to come down and give us a demonstration to these gentlemen of the car and the enjoyment that you have given both to yourself and many of us over the years in these wonderful historic cars that you have coveted and looked after. I did ask the possibility of the opportunity of them being driven at lunchtime, but these days with health and safety and all that respectively goes with it, we would have to get certificates put forward, insurance policy and MSA and things like that. It all got a little complicated. So if you're around, gentlemen, at lunchtime, then come down, and I've got Ed who will talk about his Type 51, but I'd also like to talk to you about yours also.
stuck in forward.
60, 73.07, 73.07 for car number 60. For car number 63, 53.17 for car 63. Time for car 80, 85.46, 85.46 for car 80. And time for car 720 is 67.93, 67.93 for car 720. Time for car 82, 64.35, 64.35 for car 82. For car 84, and for car 85, 64.17, 64.17 for car 85. .74, 59.74 for car 86. For car 87. 63.08 for car 89.
Skinny little wheels out there.
Time for car 91, 64.05, 64.05 for car 91, and for car 92, 62.57, 62.57 for car 92. Time for car 93, 60.63, 60.63. Time for car 96, 57.98 for car 96. 53.62. 53.62 for car 98. Time for car 99, 53.36. 53.36 for car 99. Time for car 100, 48.94, 48.94 for car Time for car 101, 59.35, 59.35 for car 101.
Well, that would suggest that Class 9 has been provided with their second run before this afternoon's competition. They'll be coming down from the hill, which gives me an opportunity of introducing you to Ed Burgess. Ed is part and parcel of the Bugatti Owners Club and the VSCC, of course, and today he's competing in his Type 51 Bugatti, a Bugatti that he's competed in enormously successfully for about 5-6 years. The car comes from a tradition where it actually holds the outright record at Prescott, Bugatti Owners Club. So I think it would be fair to say that Ed has been working closely to hit that target, and in fact he's not very far off, I think by 0.02 at the moment. So we've got obviously a VSCC and coming up in August, when we invite all of you for 2 days, and then the long course, which of course is in September. So I would think the amount of strategy that he's been employing, he's coming down to Wiscombe, he'll do Wiscombe Park, I know he does Shelsley, he's going up to Harewood, so he competes in the cups and the respective records for the whole of the VSCC season during 2023. So good afternoon, Ed, and thank you for coming into the commentary box. I can't provide you with an ice cream or a glass of wine or cider because I'm on duty, but you're well able to have either both. So merely order and it'll be delivered here by one of our many picnickers outside in front of us, I hope.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I won't be drinking any alcohol, just to reassure the VSCC clerks. No, I think this is a fabulous venue, and we're just so lucky to have had a guaranteed 2 days with the 500 Club yesterday.
Absolutely correct.
And the tarmac is very nice, it's very grippy, it's quite weird. I mean, they've laid the tarmac on top, and you know, there's only 3 or 4 inches, I guess, of stone, but you do feel it.
How interesting.
You feel slightly perched.
Would you
talk
today,
not so much. My brain's obviously got used to the idea. But yesterday I very much felt like I was on top of the tarmac rather than, well, obviously, but you know, not sort of. It felt like I was perched. Put it that way.
So it's a layer on top of the original.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, interesting.
Although I think through the S's they seem to have trimmed it to the curb edging, which is good. So
yes.
I suspect they have scarified it, if that's the right word. They've scarified it in places.
Attention paddock, ladies and gentlemen, as cars are returning to the paddock and moving into the racing car classes, please be aware that there is a lot of movement of cars, some of them not necessarily able to stop very easily, so please keep your eyes and ears open and make sure you're not getting in the way of the cars. Thank you very much.
I can imagine my parents putting that notice out. Hence why I was probably on a lead until I was about 5 years old, and then I was able to go feral. So tell me, Loughton Park, they resurfaced that a couple of years ago, and quite a number of the records were broken and handicaps were broken very quickly on a new surface. Is that something you anticipate today?
I guess so. I mean, they always say that oil seeps out of the new tarmac, and I suspect for the the serious British hill climb people, they will be aware. They'll be a little bit more circumspect because of that. There was a little bit of oil in the track, I think, yesterday. This was the first proper rainstorm on Friday.
And that bubbled up a little.
And it seemed to, you could see the oil in the water of the rain.
Right.
But having said that, it looks perfect. I can't see anything wrong with what's been done. It's not been critical. It has to take these measures, and of course at Prescott we're going to eventually have to do the same. Big intake of breath, having to find the money. And,
talking about taking a breath of air, did you manage to pick up the lovely bluebells as you went through?
Well, I'm pleased I didn't, Nick, but, I did actually, it must have been about 4 or 5 years ago, and I won't embarrass the gentleman who was driving ahead of me, but I had a red flag as I was going up Castle Straight, and I thought this was very odd. Why would I have a blue flag when I'm only 300 or 400 yards from the finish?
Yes.
And it was the car in front of me had gone through the finish and then pirouetted into the bluebells beyond the finish.
Right.
So it was all very strange. I really couldn't work out why. So I had another run, thankfully. But unfortunately, that was up to that point, it was my best run. But anyway.
Quite often happens like that, because to be perfect from start to finish is the whole skill of a hill climb.
Yeah.
Every corner, every inch, you never grab it back.
And that's the beauty of hill climbing. Everything has to be perfect on your run. The gear changes, the position of the car itself has to be running well, and you're particularly mentally, you've got to be absolutely in the zone.
Yeah.
And in a bizarre sort of way, you almost need to be as relaxed as you can possibly be, while still being able to make split-second decisions as you change gear and
very much so.
The car. It's a sport that I love. I'm not particularly bothered by circuit racing, but I think sprinting and hill climbing is such an art form. Well,
the two cars you're now extrolling on the hills are not only the Type 51, but you've also got something fairly substantial with it, a single-seater, isn't it?
Yeah. So I've got I bought from James Baxter. It's actually the ex-Tony Marsh car. Which he commissioned in 2003. I don't know how old he was at the time, but he'd been a 6-time British hill climb champion and an ex-Formula 1 driver. And in his 70s, he then commissioned Gould Racing to build up what turned out to be chassis number 5 of the Gould GR55 set of car chassis. And he put the Cosworth KF V6 2.5 litre engine in, which is a very short, small engine. It's got a very wide V.
Right.
So the whole engine sits very, very low. Unfortunately, it can't be bolted on to the chassis, so it has to have an skeleton of tubes to hold the engine. It's not load bearing.
Right.
But other than that, it's a perfect engine. It's relatively easy. I say easy. Cheaper to maintain than some of the ex-Formula 1 V8 engines that are used today, particularly the V8 Judd 4 litre engine, which Scott Moran and
that's what the top wheelers tend to use.
So mine is nowadays, I would say, Formula 2.
Right.
Formula 1 back in 20 years ago, but it's now sort of Formula 2 in terms of performance. It's still, 430 kilos, 450 horsepower, so it's well over 1,000 horsepower per tonne.
And huge, great squidgy wheels.
You've got a Narrows gearbox.
Yeah.
You've got Formula 1 wheels and special Hillclimb soft compound tyres produced by Avon, who sadly will stop producing them at the end of this year.
I thought that was very disappointing.
Yeah,
Where are we going to go for those?
Well, I think there will be...
Will Dunlop take over the castings?
Something like that may happen.
Something will happen.
I think there are an awful lot. It's not just our
No.
sport, it's circuit racing as well.
Well, MSA presumably in the Blue Book would orchestrate which tyres you can or cannot use for your cars.
I don't know, but
No.
I think needs must. I think someone will come out, something will be sorted out.
Yeah.
But it's whether they'll be ready for next season is another matter.
So the contrast between a Bugatti Type 51 1927-28 and a modern machine like that, not only mentally have you got to approach it completely different. Your gear changes presumably on the more modern single-seater is through a pre-selector box, is it, or the equivalent of?
Yes, it's a paddle shift.
Yes.
So it runs sequentially. James Baxter actually fitted that.
Right.
So it previously had a manual gear change. So pure.
Oh, right,
manual gear change.
right.
But that was modernised with this compressed air run gear change, which, I'll be honest, it completely flatters the driver because you lose virtually no time on upshifts.
Golly,
because
really?
your foot's flat down on the throttle.
Because theoretically, an uplift and a change down used to take 1 second of loss, wasn't it, while you were changing?
Well, I think in the bug I might lose, I think at least half a second on an up change, maybe more, slightly more. So yes, not.
So going to Wiscombe, where? Run me through the 1,000 yards from Corner. I always called it Wizzo Corner. I mean, and up to Martini. What gear changes are you up to in the Bugatti?
I mean, every car is different, and I'm wincing a little bit up Castle Straight, staying in second gear, but I know I can do just about 80 mile an hour in second. So leaving the start line, I stay in first, coming out Corner in first, and then I'm
By that first
second.
tree in front of it, or the second or third tree?
I'm just doing it by revs. I'm not looking at what's happening
right.
Visually. Second gear, and then I'm changing third just before Bunny's Leap. And then going over that in third, it's quite hairy.
It becomes unsteady.
A little bit, and I have tried it yesterday.
Softer. To go through the gate. Yeah.
Through the gate. It's an oblique angle, that's the problem. But
yes.
The gate itself is
well, it would be if you're going on it directly.
yeah, but it's not as daunting as it sounds.
No.
Unless, of course, you get it.
You go into the laurels.
So you're going, I stay in second up to Sawbench,
Yes.
change down to first, position in the car for Sawbench.
Absolutely correct.
I just went
Okay. Yep.
on that, those are my legs.
Right. Is that trying to come in too tightly, or rather than
Yeah,
braking too late?
Hopped over the curb on the inside at Sawbench.
Yes.
If it happens, you just get on with it.
Of course you do.
Just drive it as it is.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much. Don't brake or.
No.
Just drive it, and then I stay. And then I'm revving.
So Castle Straight, you're about 80, 85.
75.
And that's what, about 5 and a quarter on the rev counter. So very comfortable. So that's what, 200 brake, 240 brake horsepower?
And then you're braking at the top from second to first, heel and towing ideally.
Right.
And
You've
then-
got to get that absolutely, otherwise you're up the escape road, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's nice that it's there. So
Yeah.
it's not as bad as Sawbench, where you don't have an escape road.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Space, but nothing like.
You have a lot of marshals looking at you.
So anyway, so you go up to the top, and then into Martini. I tend to take a slightly tighter line, and again, but I sort of.
Does that
swing
mean
it.
you lift a rear wheel? I bet you probably do if you do.
It's so steep, you're not lifting it think it's all the whole car is in compression. So
Watching you on a tourist at Bugatti Owners Club, your front offside wheel is quite often off the ground.
well, the near side.
Yeah, on near side.
Is that a good idea? It really doesn't matter. On a bug, particularly, it makes absolutely no difference. The chassis is doing its job.
Of course.
And that's what's meant to happen. I am assured of this by those who know.
How do the Nash boys view your cornering then in the Bugatti compared to the Nash? Yes. He's really elegant, isn't he? A very elegant driver, and the times he puts up each time incrementally are improving. I'm most impressed with his. Well, the whole family's driving, frankly. And the Nashes that he looks after.
But anyway, so driving a Nash and driving a bug are completely different animals, and the style of driving is quite different. If I've got the bug in the sort of angles of a Nash, then I'm heading for an accident.
You are.
Driving that way, nor does one need to.
And the explanation of that is because
chain-driven back axle, whereas on a bug, I haven't round saw bench. I can actually get that back end out.
yes, you can squeeze it out a little.
Get a bit looser. Whereas people with a free diff don't have that option, so it's harder for them.
No.
So I think every car is different. There is no right or wrong with anything, and I'm certainly.
Is that where Baxter came in so successfully?
I think so. He's made a very. So James is very analytical about racing. I think
he did hold of the record.
Oh,
he has 50 FTDs, doesn't he?
Very quick cars. He's chosen the right cars to do it in. So yes, you can be analytical. I'm afraid I'm not. I'm a little bit sort of seat of the pants.
Well, you are travelling at some speed to get it right analytically every time, aren't you?
The Gould is, in some ways, it's easier to drive.
All right, how interesting.
It's easier in many respects, but it's just terrifying.
Yes.
Used to that, and I'm not yet there. I'm just trying to. I've had the car 2 years, but I've only really been driving it competitively this season. A couple of events at Prescott, test day, and one event at Prescott.
I think I remember having FTD over to you.
That was last year, a couple of times. But it was a club event. Alex Summers or Wallace. Whereas Prescott last, I was, and I was still, I was 10th in a class of 20.
Very.
I think I was 10 British Hillclimb champions in that group. So I was quite happy with that. But I'm still learning. But, anyway.
Right, well, thank you, Ed, and we look forward to having your 2 competitive runs this afternoon. If anybody is coming to Prescott next weekend, or the Bugatti Owners Club, we have what is our historique, and I have, which was delivered a couple of days ago, a 1932 Type 51 chassis, 51146 to be absolutely accurate for you. But the most important thing is that Louis Chiron, this was one of his cars at Dieppe and the Verimas Grand Prix in Marseille. And it was an official works car from the Bugatti factory itself. And interesting enough, Ettore Bugatti himself won a race, and it was a factory-sponsored car. Then the sponsorship money went to the Bugatti Owners Club. I beg your pardon, I wish it would. I beg your pardon. The Bugatti factory of 70%, and the remaining 30% went to the driver. However, that was the reverse if the driver was owner occupier, and the only 30% then went to the family. This particular car raced, as I said, to the Miramas Grand Prix in Marseille, and the Dieppe Grand Prix, and in his ownership he has the colours of Spain. So come and have a look at that car. Right, I think we now have, I'll hand you over to our handicapper and our voice giving the times. Workle coming down in Green P, 130. She's finished all her university college training and she's back on the hills with us. So Mum and Dad are driving the Rapier, and daughter is driving that pretty little Austin, which is immaculately put together. Go and have a look at it in the car park. She'll be delighted to show you the engine. Father does all the work on it, and I chuckled. She said, if it isn't ready by Saturday, Daddy, then you've got some hard work over the Friday night to do it for me. Right. Hard work over the Friday night. Right. Looks as though we've had a red flag out, which means a minor disturbance up on the hill. At lunchtime, you'll see in front of the beautiful house, which we'll give you a little bit of history on in a few minutes if you haven't got a copy of the programme today, which is beautifully written, because not only gives you a very cohesive report on the history of the house and the history of the hill itself. The first hill climb was here, I think, in 1958. Maybe double check. Yeah, 24th of August 1958. And the course originally consisted of Whiz Corner and Whiz Straight, incorporating Bunny's Leap. I'm asking the question, as it has now been recently tarbacked, is that Hare Leap now? Because I understand there's a little ridge which has possibly been increased, so it could be. It could be. Now, I also have Dave in front of me, who was one of your commentators yesterday. John Staveley was going to be with me today, the editor of the Bugantics, and historically also the editor of your bulletin for the VSCC. But apparently he broke down yesterday, so I found myself working solo. But I managed to spread a few £5 notes round and to get various people in. One is going to be the individual who's brought this wonderful selection of Aston Martin here today. Ed Burgess, you've just been listening to, driving the Type 51 as well as the single-seater. And I will cooperate to grab other people out. But anyway, Dave.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for popping in.
Yes, more than welcome. Yes, just a little bit about Wiscombe and its history. As you say, it's the house has been in the Chichester family many, many years. They, I believe, paid about £15,000 for the estate when they bought it originally. But such a bargain. I mean, you wouldn't even buy part of the drive for that now. And the house itself, the family lived in for many, many years. Major Richard Chichester, his wife Bunny, was why we called it Bunny's Leap on the hill out there. Because of his wife, as a tribute to his wife. And the events throughout the year are quite varied here. Obviously, we have a lot of little club events and the 500 Owners Association yesterday and your good selves today, and we run a round of the actual British Hillclimb Championship on the 29th and 30th of July, that is this year, which is the large single-seater cars, the sort of the best of the British hillclimb scene. I don't know if you've ever been to see any of those, have you?
We had the very first round at Prescott a few weeks ago. So we had the top 10 wheelers. The course record was broken last year by Tillman, Mr. Menzies.
Oh, Mr. Menzies, yes. Wallace, very good supporter of Kenya.
Very, very good supporter of all top wheelers. But we also run the Midlands Championship there as well as.
Yeah, so Wallace, apart from everything else, Wallace Mingies is Tillicoultry Quarries, who support the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship, which is a championship we have down here throughout the year, and very well contested and supported championship. And it's very nice of him to do that, with him being located so far away up in Scotland, of course.
It's certainly a long trial when he comes down with his transporter. With a bit of luck this year, we managed to finish by 4:30, which enabled he and his transporter to get home in Scotland before midnight.
Oh yes, well unfortunately we ran a little bit late a few years ago, and I left here and I'm driving home, and there's Wallace and his son sat on the side of the road. I said, do you need a hand with anything? He said, only if you've got an aeroplane, because I've missed mine. He was too late to catch his plane back to Scotland, but nevertheless, still smiling. And a lovely bunch of people they are these days. But the actual, as you say, the hill climbs here started in 1958. I believe it was West Hants and Dorset Car Club in those days that ran it. And they're evolved eventually into Woolbridge Motor Club, who are heavily involved in the events here these days still to today. They ran a weekend here in April, a very successful weekend, and throughout the year we have normally 6 weekends of motorsport. This year we actually have an extra weekend because a venue would become unavailable, and the good people here at Wiscombe agreed to us running on the 23rd and 24th of September. So, as you say, it's a lovely venue. We get a nice lot of support here with us, and really, really enjoy it. And the great thing about it is the working parties who come down in between. Peter Isaacs, the MD of Wiscombe, who I've told him he has to come and have a chat to you at some point today.
Delighted.
Yeah, very, very nice gentleman. Normally rides a motorcycle very slowly, but we won't mention that. And he has a band of people that come along and little working parties in between events just to keep the place up together, just to make it nice and friendly for us as well. It's a great group.
Very important, very important. We have a number of volunteers, but it is volunteers that really help put the track and the lovely estate here together, as indeed happens at Prescott.
Yes, and without them we'd be nowhere, would we?
No.
This year we're running a end of year marshals raffle for the regular marshals that come here. They had to register at the beginning of the year to be included, and 53 marshals registered overnight, sort of thing. So very nice that they actually are coming to do that, and we've had some very nice offers of raffle prizes from drivers.
First class, yeah.
Excellent. Yes.
Well, we couldn't run an event without marshals.
Oh, definitely not, no.
I mean, we have a school, we have a couple of days training at Prescott every year for marshals, and we start quite a number of our juniors in the paddock, which is, of course, under supervision and safe, but many of those marshals subsequently go on and help both at international and at Grand Prix, because several of them fly all over the season, and now we're run 21, 22 Grand Prix, as well as every other circuit going.
Yeah, so I went to Malta a few years ago on holiday, and it just happened to coincide with the Grand Prix that they run there, their historic event, and they had a hill climb. So I contacted the organiser and said,
can I help?
Can I come and watch, basically? But it was nice to see a large proportion of British marshals out there helping. A lovely place to go, Malta, for motorsport, because there's a lot of classic cars and historic stuff out there, of course. Yes. So just nice to hearing you talk to Edmund just now. Lovely, his Bugatti, isn't it?
It is a historic car, as you would expect from 1927, and the element of that. But then looking at outside our window here, we have not only the Type 51, which is the one with the little twin fillers, Type 37, it could be a Type 37A or 37, which was then really the introduction to racing by Tory himself, a gentleman's sporting car. So
very nice. And I was quite amused. I came down looking at these cars, admiring them this morning. The gentleman, there's a Sunbeam there, an open tourer, and I looked at it and I thought, I think I know that car. And it's a car that many years ago where I worked, I used to drive on behalf of the owner of the garage where I worked to do a few weddings in it. And it was lovely to reunite with him. It brings back so many memories coming to these days.
Touched history then.
I do.
Wonderful.
It's wonderful. And Andrew Saunders, who owns it now, is a
Tell me a little bit about the course car, because the course car over there would presumably be looking for funerals, bar mitzvahs, weddings, and bringing
trips to the seaside.
Well, why not?
Yes.
I think I could open an ice cream shop at the back, and
yeah, it's lovely. The old. Well, I guess it's a charabanc, isn't it? Of sorts?
it is indeed.
Yeah.
Presumably
Before my time, unfortunately. So this is the only words I've ever heard.
The idea was to take people from London who've been working in the factories and the offices down to the south coast to Brighton. So you'd have been wheeled down there and enjoyed your fish and chips, wiggling your feet in the sand.
It was anything like my Sunday school trips when I was very small. We used to do about 25 miles, and then the bus had to stop to cool down. So it was always a very ponderous journey. But the bodywork on that, I believe, was built by Tim Wellick. I don't know if you know Tim.
Indeed.
Yes. And
But it was found as a wreck, as I understand,
Yes.
from reading the catalogue of the brochure today.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But, it's a lovely selection of cars you have here again today. So always, and the sun's shining. Everything's going your way, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Well, the bonus is the VSCC boys compete throughout the year, whether it's winter trial in Model A's or open top. Come the season, we start at Kerborough, and then of course the hill climb in spring. We had Silverstone a few weeks ago, which was the spring meeting, a full track there, and then of course this is the first of the hill climb championship after Kerborough. So,
Do you have many rounds to the championship throughout the year? The hill climb championship?
we do. We have this one, obviously. We then go to Wiscombe Park, which is in Shropshire, and then we go to Prescott, which of course is the double day on the Saturday and the Sunday. You have Harewood, which of course is way up in Yorkshire, which is a glorious part of Yorkshire, very much welcome. It used to be in the Isle of Man, but that was cancelled some years ago, which is a pity. Although oddly enough, you're the one remaining 500cc driven by, I think his name is Hamish Gregson, one of the boys driving the little 500cc. He competed at the Isle of Man a few weeks ago.
Yes, I know there's a historic event over there.
All the ERAs used to go across there. It was part of the championship.
We were fortunate enough to be down here the year we had all the ERAs parked in front of the house here.
It was indeed.
It was
It rained in the
phenomenal
morning.
sight, wasn't it? Beautiful sight. And I can't remember, is it 13 or 14 that we had here? I thought it was, because I clerked the 500 owners meeting the day before, and I believe we ran 12 competitively, but on the Sunday there was 13, if I remember rightly. It was just a few years back there, and the old brain cell gets a bit fuzzy, you know, as time
Well,
goes on.
the occasional ERA is prone to be femininely difficult. I think that would be the expression I would use.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Temperamental. Yeah.
Well, I leave you for that.
I couldn't say such a thing. My good lady might be at the top
We
there.
have
She'd be able to
one-
hear
we-
this and I'll be told.
We have one ERA today, which is a very
Humphrey.
famous one. Humphrey, indeed.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen and general members of the public, it is a live paddock area. Please keep your eyes and ears open because there will be vehicles moving to the start line for your assistance.
A very important comment, that.
Yes.
Little boys and girls running across to get an ice cream or persuade father to go and have a drink of cider before his lunchtime picnic. You must take care, because that paddock is up on the top on the left-hand side. The return road goes directly between both parties. So hold on to your kids and girlfriends.
I'd say hold on to your parents as well, because sometimes the parents will wander around as well. But it is, you just touched on something. I don't know if you've have the chance to actually get to have a look to see what the catering have or the bar, but they've got a very nice spread on at the moment. I've been over to the bar. I haven't had anything to drink, but I did inquire what he has. He has a selection of ales and lagers and ciders over there today, and usually it's Otter Ale. Otter's a very nice ale, very local, very much recommended.
Where's your cider from in this part of the world?
Well, I'm not exactly sure where he's got him from, but of course we have the Wiscombe cider, which I've never been brave enough to try yet.
Well, it's about 6.5.
Oh, I think it's about 26.5 actually. It reminds me of growing up in Somerset as a young child, and the local farmers always brewed their own cider. It was always a very dark, deep brown colour, and you would think, oh, should I try this? And I say, go on, try some of that. Put hairs on your chest and things like that, you know.
I think they probably squeeze it through their toes.
Oh yes. But the cider down here, Wiscombe cider, one of the actual brands is called Suey cider. So I think that gives you a bit of an idea how strong it is.
We've been planting as part of zero tolerance with regard to Prescott and the Bugatti Owners Club. We've actually planted a substantial amount of new fruit trees on what is known as the orchard. The orchard was originally an orchard in 1936-37 when the Bugatti Owners Club acquired the estate, Bugatti estate. So we were approached about 2 years ago by a local cider maker, and it's just tied in with regarding the carbon zero, which of course the VSCC have already been accredited with. We're hoping also to follow the same accreditation very shortly. But the apple trees have been planted. We've been looking after them. We've been watering them. There was a little blossom, so we missed out on the frost period, which is great. So maybe 18 months' time, let us hope we'll have our first apples, and we'll be able to press our own apples and enjoy our own cider in our own bottles.
Oh, it'd be fantastic, isn't it? What a thing to look forward to. Such a great thing to look forward to. Well, as I say, it's a beautiful day down here. Anybody, I'm just going to promote the events we've got coming up. Is that okay?
Of course you may. Of course you may.
Anybody who's first visit to Wiscombe, or indeed if you're a regular here at Wiscombe, it's worth noting, if you've got your diaries, we have the British Hillclimb Championship round on the 29th and 30th of July, where we'll have the best of the UK hillclimb cars here, large single-seaters right the way down to diminutive minis and things like that, the ordinary road car classes. On September the 2nd and 3rd, it's what's known as the Five Clubs Hill Climb, which is very much a club event. But again, a nice selection of vehicles, single-seater racing cars, generally motorcycle-engined ones they are, but right the way down through the classes. That's a two-day event, the 2nd and 3rd.
Where do most of your competitors come from? Because ours travel virtually from all over the UK.
Yeah, we do get people travel huge mileages to be here. We have quite a lot of people come over from Wales. There's a lot of Cornish come up. We don't actually know what they're saying, but they still come up anyway.
Right.
Because they're speak a bit different down there. But we have a lot of Cornish people. We have people come down from Hampshire.
Right.
It is quite a large area that people travel to be here. But
and your marshals, where do you get your marshals from?
A lot of them are West Country based. If
Right.
you go to many of the events here in the Southwest, you'll see the same familiar faces out there in orange.
Good.
You know, smiling at us and doing their work.
Dependable boys and girls.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. Without them, we're lost, as we said earlier.
There's Gary coming back with a net. Only because he doesn't want to run it down the hill, that's all. That's all. That's all. Anyway.
There is now a batch of cars returning. Please keep the access road clear. Ladies and gentlemen, please mind your backs.
So, yes, anyway, moving on. The 9th of September is the MG Car Club meeting, which obviously gets a large proportion of MGs. And the Sunday, that weekend, the 10th, very enjoyable meeting. The motorcycles, purely motorcycle meeting, that is. And very entertaining it is too.
Pre-39 as well as post?
Yes, they have all sorts of ages of motorcycles. We've got a couple of old Velocets that actually turn out regularly now. And there will be a selection of motorcycles from across the era, to be quite honest, and that's the 10th of September. And then we have a couple of weeks with nothing happening here. And then the 23rd and 24th of September, we have a fresh event just for the 1 year only. And that's going to be a general club event. It will be around to the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship as well for the contenders for that. But it is a wonderful weekend, and hopefully the sun will shine for us. Well, there's Green Pea coming back in. Inga.
It is.
It's a beautiful little car, that, isn't it? It's,
Beautifully put together.
The first time I saw it, I thought, if you can't afford an ERA, build your own. That's small.
Immaculate. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful car. So,
well, we have a selection of bikes here today, immediately behind which I'm going to invite you at lunchtime to come and have a look. And I've got some. The earliest one I think is 1905, which is a ladies' Sunbeam tricycle. But there's also a motorbike there, or a big one, a motorbike with a sidecar, and that's a Sunbeam with a sidecar. So.
Yes, I believe that the MD of Wiscombe Limited, Peter Isaac, who is a motorcyclist and generally rides a Velocette. He did tell me yesterday he's going to ride one of the tricycles at lunchtime. So it'd be great to watch him doing that, because I think the tricycle is actually older than Peter, which is one of the few things down here that is. And it would be a great thing to see Peter and just cheer him on as he tries to pedal his way across the forecourt here. I think he should go up the hill on it, really, but he says it's too steep.
I think that will be testing anybody's enthusiasm. Maybe as far as the gate and return. As far as the gate return. So he's going to France, I believe, later on in this year or next month to an event near the Loire where some 4,000 bikes of a similar age, up to 1939, have been invited. So
wonderful.
You can imagine what fun and squeaky. I
And
think
the
a double
stories.
D 40s.
The stories that will come out while they're out there.
There are always stories of any vintage weekend. Come on,
Some of
this
them-
is part of the fun.
Some of them are not libelous as well, which is even more amazing, isn't it? But there are some great stories. I mean,
Looks
motorsport.
more guest cars are coming down. A little Lotus or
Yes.
a Lotus.
Lotus Cortina.
Yep.
I had one of those. I sold it for £310 and thought I was doing well.
Don't regret it.
Oh,
TR4A.
£40,000 now, you know.
Yeah.
Little TR4.
Nice and lovely daffodil yellow.
Yeah.
Pretty colour they were for
It was
Triumphs,
very much
weren't
a
they?
car to have, wasn't it, a TR back in the 60s?
I saw one of the Italias the other day, which were separately bodied by the coach builders in Milan, and that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So anyway, so Wiscombe itself, a lovely day. Can't think of a better place to be. Old cars. I mean, what's not to like? It's just beautiful, isn't it?
well, it's very special.
Yeah.
Very special.
Isn't it
indeed.
lovely? Also, I see we have a family up here who've got their table laid out, complete with candelabra and crystal glasses.
Well, you
It
do
just
realise
adds to the
there is
atmosphere,
a
doesn't it?
competition that we arrange who has not only the best picnic table, but more importantly, who has the best food in their picnic basket.
Do you get to taste it? Are you a judge?
Oh, no, well, as a judge, I go around, so I'm able to have my lunch very much on the hoof.
Oh, wonderful. yes, I like that idea. We organise a cake competition down here on the National Hill Climb on the Saturday.
Right.
And we raise proceeds by letting people
So
have
who's
cake
got
for
who's got the
donations.
biggest sponge, you mean?
Well, who's got the best sponge? We have several different categories. We have squidginess as one of our categories.
Right.
Is it a squidgy cake or not? But
Right.
and with the monies we raise goes to West Country Rescue, who are our rescue unit
Of
here
course
this
they are.
weekend. Yes.
Yeah.
So it just adds a little bit to their running costs and helps them because they're all volunteers.
Very much
They're the
so,
people
yeah.
who crew it. But,
A chocolate cake would be good,
Ah,
but I think
yeah,
you'd have to have
unfortunately
it in
you
the
would-
fridge today.
Yeah, I think if you would have chocolate cake today, you would find it all inside your mouth and difficulty to speak. You need to be able to wash it down. Anyway, thank you for inviting me
My
in.
pleasure. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna
You're
go off
part
and
of the
have a wander
fabric,
around.
obviously.
Well, I feel like it some
Thank you
days.
very much
know.
indeed.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. This is Mrs. Van Wertel in the Lagonda Rapier, which in fact is her car, but she's sharing it very, very kindly with her husband today. And you saw a little pea green returning a few minutes ago, which is their daughter. So we've had the 3 Van Wertels on our hill. As we seem to be running just a little bit late, but they're coming through very quickly. It would suggest that the 1 o'clock proposal for lunch might be deferred for a few minutes, but not for long, because I think we've only had one slight handicap. This is one of the Newtons. There were 3, 1, 2 and 3, and I think this is the final amalgamation of the 3. The first, of course, was a Brooklands back in post-war, which comes up as an interesting article in the Specials, which is a wonderful book. It's called Vintage Specials, put together by John Bateman, and it's really an enthusiast's guide to some wonderful specials that this country used to produce. I think we were probably extraordinarily innovative in that, because I imagine, certainly from reading around the subject, many of the cars in Europe were standard. Either they were Fiat or an Alfa or Maserati, but the speciality that we have in this country, and particularly regarding engineering and the wish to build, principally both pre and post-war, pre-war, First and Second World War, of course, was for the wonderful Shelsley, and then subsequently Prescott and the other hills. But the innovative of young gentlemen coming back from the First World War as engineers, whether it was in the Army, the Air Force, what was subsequently the Air Force, 1917, which correct was the official title then up to that point. So the innovative ideas of coming together with a BSA engine or a Singer or whatever, they were put together with their mechanical ideas and excellence, and raced at very economical terms. But I think that is an extraordinary area that we were paramount of being successful in. Where, of course, we expect the FTD and the fastest to be coming from today's substantial roll call of cars would be probably Class 16, which, of course, has got the Bugatti Type 51. It's got the famous AC GN Cognac. We have the Alta, which is, I'll tell you a little history when we come back to that a little later. We've got David Morrison ER11B, and the GN Gypsy, which of course is the engine is a 5.7 litres, which of course comes from a Gypsy, today without wings on other than cycle wings. And Julian Grimwade with the Fraser Nash single seat, which of course has got the 3.5 engine tucked away in that from the original, and a historic winner of the Motorsport Championship. I think it was the year before last, or maybe last year. Anyway, very kindly, as he said today when I was talking to him, let somebody else win it now, Nick, rather than win 2 years in a row. He's putting together for the Le Historique in a couple of weeks' time. I think it's 70 Bentleys, pre-war Bentleys, they're taking to France, and they've been accessed to the track for a 40-minute. It's a reincarnation of the historic, where the drivers were one side of the track and the car was the other side. And of course, it was was subsequently stopped with, I think, Jackie Inks. I can't give you the exact year, because he felt it was dangerous, and his manner of which distributing his irritation at the non-action by the French to stop that particular act was to walk very slowly towards his car, whereas the rest of the drivers ran across the track, popped into their car, and drove very, very quickly forwards. The ultimate result of that on the very first lap, of course, was a fatality. Underwrote his view, indeed, that the action was dangerous. Anyway, Julian's put together 70 drivers, of which I believe correctly they're going to run across or walk across, because the majority of them are of an age where running probably remains in the brain but not necessarily in the hips. So, but I'll double check that. So Julian will probably be one of the last in class 16. Then the rear engine post-war racing cars. We've got a lovely Connaught, Spike Milligan. We've seen many times in the park, times. We've got Hamish Cameron in a little Cooper chap, which is the little 500cc, which is really the early entry into any form of racing and hill climbing. We've got the Allard with Christopher Pring, which is the J2. Christopher was with us on Wednesday at Prescott for one of our driver schools and thoroughly enjoyed it. And it's a magnificent beast. It really has got a wonderful history, which I'll give a little bit more when we come up to the car itself. We've got a lovely Jaguar XK120 SE drophead coupe. That was one of the first innovation Jags that came out and wowed the world. Subsequently, a little bit like the E-Type. Michael Scott, then the Fraser Nash Mark II Le Mans, which is a 2-litre BMW engine. 1953, 54, 52 I think was the very first year that they came out with a very sharp, very, very, very beautiful piece of machinery, obviously. And then Alan Harrison in the Cooper T56, which of course is just a tickle over 1,099cc. They are in class 22 rear engine post-war racing cars. So we've got the last of the batch coming through slowly, and then I think, subject to a response from my commentary box across there, it will be lunch. Well, you've just seen in Class 18 the Cognac going up. One of the real specials within the special world. One of the most successful specials, probably in current vintage racing. Ex-Ron Footage Cognac, COGNAC special. Over the past couple of decades, won so many Vintage Sports Car Club awards. Driven historically by the great Freddie Giles. He won the vintage Richard Seaman Trophy many years ago. Now, it's an AC engine, chain drive, and has a documented history right from 1921 when it was put together with an AC engine at that time. So 6 cylinders, supposedly then circa 100 brake horsepower. Well, we know it's a little bit more than that. Followed by Ed Burgess in the Type 51. Of which we've already had a discussion with Ed here in the commentary box. There's a red flag out, and I can also give a red flag to somebody who has a gold Porsche in the car park. The registration number is V for Vanessa, B for a Bugatti, I think, and D 314R. Apparently you've left your lights on, good sir. I don't want you to be left stranded like a Porsche whale up in the car park when you finish the glorious afternoon here at Wiscombe. So gold Porsche VBD 314R, your lights are on, sir. I would suggest you return quickly. In fact, if you're going to walk up the hill, you better start now. We start babies early and children. I think that's the youngest baby I've seen at Wiscombe for many years. It can only be weeks. It's obviously being fed from a bottle. SMA, I hope, Mum. As they go down. Little sun hat on. Keep that nasty, sharp sun of our days. They're going in the shade. Well done, Mum and Dad. Notice that the drivers, as they come down, they all have an individual view of how to start on that start line. The perfect line is probably the current car sitting there, because if you stand a little bit or sit further to the left, you can actually make it as a straight line to whiz, but you're then actually cutting in on whiz. So just slightly on the right hand side, you can almost brush the grass on the right hand side, just there, you're 6 inches away from it, but I mean that was good enough. Into second gear, third, you can hear him just popping over Bunny's Leap now, approaching the gate. That's the most difficult area, I always think. Quick bit of braking, quick change down. Did it absolutely perfect. He was smooth for that gate with the greatest confidence. I have to admit, my courage normally let me down at that particular point. Baxter. Chain driven. Julian has transformed this car over the few years, and his driving ability has secured innumerable FTDs. I talked a little bit earlier about the Norris, remember? Norris 1, 2 and 3. This came from part of the same family. Now it's got the 3.5 Alvis engine, which gives it a lot of muscle, a real lot of muscle. But it has a big box of records and photos, beautifully documented, both prior to Julian's ownership of the car and obviously most subsequently in his ownership. Things like that I think are remarkably important both to the owner, the car, and I mean valuable news to us here in the commentary box, because although we dig around and we have plenty of time to read the VSCC notes and documents in the VSCC library, where in fact I was there on Wednesday or Tuesday, which is marvellous, and they're very helpful there, but the individual is probably sometimes the very best individual to collect all the information from. I see our photographers taking shots of the wonderful Aston Martins rays. I have to say the one I would go would be the DB5, which is KTB380C. Well, that would suggest that I'm okay to go and see Specsavers next week for my eyesight without glasses. Which other would I go? Maybe the convertible today. Sun shining down, a little bit of suntan, flying down to, shall we say, Marseille, and catching the boat across. Where should we go? How about down to southern Italy? Would be rather nice. Anyway, we have the Aston Martin gentlemen here as invited guests, and I'll be having one of their one of the owners, I believe, coming to talk to me at lunchtime and giving you an example of what they are, where they are, what definitions they are, and talking about them. This would suggest, as Class 16 is returning safely from their second run prior to their lunch break and then the competition run this afternoon, which should therefore have the final Class 22, which is the rear-engine post-war racing cars. Personally, I always think by not having a return road, it gives us the opportunity here in the paddock and this lovely seating area. There's a nice Type 35 with Wiseman in that lovely gitane blue that we give to Bugattis. It's a wonderful second view of them returning, as opposed to Prescott, which has the return road and they come straight back in the paddock. I know it enables a little bit more efficiency of the run and the hill itself, but it only gives you that one glance of the cars. They whistle up. Shelsley, of course, you get to the top and they have to come down in a similar manner, as indeed Harewood too. I suppose bonuses and derivatives, right or wrong. Course car going up to check that everyone's safe. Marshals are comfortable. Marshals, I hope you're putting on cream. It's the hot afternoon. Sitting in your orange suits. Make sure you're suitably plastered with number 25, 30, 40 or even 50. Probably 50 if you're not wearing a hat, and you might have lost a bit of the old tufty stuff. Sometimes they're devil to start, but that one started beautifully. Fired off, driven, of course. Stellingmoss competed in 51, 52, not particularly that time, but the 500 series. It's one of the shots of him tackling Prescott and Shelsley and all the hill climbs in his very earliest days. In fact, I think in 52, I think it was September meeting at Prescott, he put an application in for an entry and was refused because he was too late to be accepted. Little did we know that he was to subsequently become one of our greatest British racing drivers of that period in time. And a nice 120 Jaguar, drop head coupe. Nice little squeal of tyres, in goes the bar, in through Wiscombe corner, and away. Doesn't she look elegant? Lovely. Dove grey was probably one of the favourite colours. I mean, no black, but dove grey I always thought looked nice. Now, of course, you get some really unoriginal colours out there, which are the silvers and the blues. I saw a yellow one a few weeks ago. That was looked like a giant daffodil. In fact, it was a good yellow. Fraser Nash Le Mans, which I think is a car that any gentleman and lady should have in their stable. 2-litre BMW engine, which of course was very similar to the Bristol 2-litre, which was 52 to 58, which was the Cooper Bristol, which of course again a magnificent racing car on the scene as a single-seater, continental as well as UK. The little Cooper. Diminutive little machine. Got a handicap today of 56.0. Handicaps, of course, follow on from the originality of Brooklands, where betting was on cars. The handicap for the handicapper, very similar to horse racing. Horse racing, of course, they put a little bit of lead in the saddle, whereas these handicap is related to the performance both of car and driver analytically over a long period. So every race meeting or hill climb that these gentlemen and ladies perform on is looked at critically and either is adjusting their respective handicap. So one of the big races that we have are the short handicap at Silverstone Mannery in the summer, and the handicap is on that. But if you win it, I can assure you, you'll never win a handicap again in a hill climb or a race meeting. So the handicap really is probably the star that you as an individual wish to beat at the end of the day. All right, it's nice to win the class, of course it is, but the handicap is something that you are targeting that they is the performance that you and your car are capable of. Suggest to me now the Charabanc is coming up. The Charabanc today is beautifully shown in your programme where it began and the history. And I understand it will be clearly in my part of the world, which is Cotswold, available for winnings, funerals, bar mitzvahs, 21st, ladies' night out in Cheltenham or Gloucester. Actually, I think I might temper that in Gloucester. It might be just a little bit too open. Anyway, he's going to collect the respective marshals. So there's a reluctance one there standing underneath the tree. No, I don't want to come. Yep, collect me on the way down. Okay. Gently accelerates away. I do have a time for him. I promise not to embarrass him with it. Followed by the course card. And of course he'll be bringing back the last batch of Class 22 rear-engine post-war racing cars. As we now have our lunch break, I'd like to call to the commentary box, if I may, the gentleman who is going to assist me with regarding the introduction of these wonderful Aston Martin cars which are in front of our house, and to explain where they come from, some of the ownerships and the individual varieties. There's a lovely DB5 which I know I've already put my name down for. I can post a check, possibly on Monday. And in addition, we have a wonderful exhibition of probably First World War bikes, or bicycles and tricycles. That's immediately as you come in front of the house, over the cattle grid, or left-hand side of it, a lovely display of bikes and tricycles. The majority of which I understand are going across to France, to the Loire, in a couple of weeks' time for a wonderful exhibition of some 4,000 of them. There was a comment made earlier that the gentleman who's put together this wonderful collection with his friends will actually give us a display on one of the tricycles. I think that would be unfair to ask him to do the hill in totality, 1,000 yards on a hot day. So maybe he'll just go up and down that wonderful drive in front of us. So, yeah, here I'm talking about him indeed. I have just been known that the individual chosen to ride the bicycle will be a gentleman called Peter Riley. Would he like to appear? And he can then choose which bicycle he'd like to be upon. There is one with 2 gears, but it is actually, I'm sorry sir, it is a lady's bicycle. None of the gentlemen's bicycles have gears, so there's a lovely French one which I think is called an Amont tricycle 1910, which has a back pedaling facility and a 3/4 turn. Sounds like classic French to me. Return when you find the enemy in front of you. Or maybe that is far too conflicting a comment to make. just been correctly brought to page 17, which is the transport for our marshals. It's been brought today by Tom Griffiths and Richard Ely of Sidmouth for bringing along celebrated toast rack. Actually, it makes some real sense, that does, really. Known as Betty. She's a 14-seater charabanc based on a 1927 Austin 20 chassis. Tom's grandfather, Bill Dagworthy, was a Sidmouth man who started a horse and cart transport service about 1890. Clearly a bit of an entrepreneur, and he was rather liked an adventure by the sounds of it. Opened his first garage in 1909 to provide local transport, and in 1913 acquired a new charabanc. The chassis is thought to have been Fiat-based, whilst the bodywork was built by Dowles of Exeter. He also acquired two similar charabancs, with his bodies being built by Casleys of Sidmouth, so he obviously pushed the business well. So down on the south coast, Sidmouth, she was brought back to Sidmouth in 2004 in a very, very sorry state. So somebody hadn't cared for her. So the Creator, which was the grandson in 2006, completely restored by Tom Welcock and his staff of vintage and sports car services in Chard. So here she is today, driven by Tom for all to see and enjoy. And most importantly, to bring back our marshals who've been on target since about 8:15, 8:30 this morning, and to bring them back for their lunchtime sandwich, glass of wine, glass of probably ginger beer. Yeah. So thank you for that note of where to find it in your programme. I'm now going to introduce you to Richard Pinkett, who has come with Area 20 of the Aston Martin Owners Club, and they produce a most wonderful, or the club it does on a quarterly basis, a magnificent piece of quarterly, both analytically, historically, and what all the respective clubs are. How many clubs are there then, Sir Richard, in the Aston Martin setup?
The area is probably around about 20, 25.
Right. We recently had one of your it was the Hereford group, and he was putting together a party, I think is on the 20th of July of this year, some 150, 160 Aston Martins of all ages and characters on his loveliest...
Ladies and gentlemen, as it is the lunch break, please do bear in mind that the marshals coming down off the hill are all here volunteers today. If there is a big queue at the food stations and they're waiting for food, it would be much appreciated if you'd let them in front of you, as they are limited on the time that they have for their break this afternoon.
Thank you. So they don't go back hungry. In fact, as Betty comes round the corner and she comes back to the paddock, I think it would be an idea if we gave them just a little ripple of applause, because we could not run these events without marshals, and sitting and working most of the day in a hot orange suit certainly, in my opinion, should be suitably thanked and applauded. So as they come up the hill, if you just do a little clap, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, back to you, Richard. So I think it was 150, 160 cars coming, which shows the activity within your club per se, does it not?
Well, it does. There's certainly some very wealthy people, and they like to share it. So yes, we do, but I must admit I haven't had my invite yet.
To what?
To the one you just mentioned.
Oh, right. Well, from memory, the house is called Chris Sutcliffe, and it's called Holly Farm, Hereford. In fact, if you email my office or the Bugatti Owners Club on Monday, I'll give you the link in with pleasure, because I've subsequently popped, or will be popping, a note next week to invite them to come to Prescott for an event in the orchard and the restaurant which we run as a clubhouse.
Well, add me to your list then.
I'd be delighted. Or email the office, which is Bugatti Owners, on Monday, and I'll make sure it's rubber stamped for you with pleasure. So how did you collect the cars here today?
Well, we came in convoy. We met up at Greendale Farm Centre, I think it's called. And we just obviously had a quick breakfast and then on to here in convoy.
Who was the lead car?
Well, combine it between myself and my friend, who we live literally a mile away from one another.
Right.
So we made sure, I kind of made sure they were all coming behind me rather than just whizzing along.
There was a bit of willing to be first. So tell me the cars that you have, the lineup.
Well, I can't name you every model, but basically obviously the DB5 is the oldest.
So which year would that be?
That would be a 66 roughly.
Right, and the engine that would be popped into that?
Well, usually it's a straight 6, and it's probably 4 litre roughly.
Probably one of the most coveted after the DB4 and the Zagato.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Do you ever have any Zagatos down here in this part of the world?
No, I think generally our members that have those type of cars tend to keep them well and truly away from the weather. So they're kind
How
of...
disappointing.
It is.
It's
very
like,
disappointing.
if you have a pretty girl, you take her out. You don't leave her locked up in your house.
Well, it's a shame we today, I mean, with the Aston's background of hill climbing, and I know it used to be very popular with the club here, but sadly that seems to be no longer. But it's all in the hands of the owners of the cars, I'm afraid.
It's exercising them. I mean, we have quite a number, obviously, in the pre-war, pre-1939 Astons competing. In fact, quite a number, although oddly enough, we haven't got one here today, which is disappointing. But, the summer season is quite short, really, and cars like that tend to be asked to go to respective events. So unless you're a competitor, you tend to go to a glamorous do rather than actually compete on a hill, irrespective whether you compete well or indifferently. It doesn't really matter. It's the car.
Yeah. Well, I was hill climbing here in my old MG, so I know I still have an attraction to coming to an event like this.
Of course you do. Of course you do. So the DB4 and DB5, the DB6 was slightly stretched, wasn't it? I always thought somebody was pumping a bit of muscle into it,
Well, it was a 4-seater, basically.
Yeah.
I know the 5 is a 4-seater, but it was slightly...
You've got to have a bit of a stumpy leg, haven't you?
From what I remember.
Yeah.
And it was more... In fact, even on my logbook, when I had a DB6, they called it a saloon car, believe it or not.
Oh.
Don't ask me why. It seems strange, but there we are.
DVL being nasty.
Probably.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah. So we've got... What is the latest one up there, which is... on the far right-hand side from memory, is it, or far left?
I think it's the blue Aston Vantage.
Right.
The latest one, yeah. I'd be honest with you, and I don't know the models. They keep changing these special editions, so I won't say I keep up to date with everything on that score. It's just the mark, as far as I'm concerned, that's my favourite. So
Absolutely correct. Well, of course, you've hit the headlines this year with regards to Formula One. Whoopee!
Fantastic.
Haven't you done well? And what a driver. He is such fun.
Absolutely.
He's one of those characters that you think, I wish we had
Well,
more.
of course, Monaco is on as we speak.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
I wonder how he's doing.
I've only been there for the historique. I haven't been there for a Grand Prix. I think the last time I went for a Grand Prix was 1966. And we've been playing tennis in a part of France, and we were coming back. And there were huge crowds wherever it was. And we thought, what's going on here today? And we arrived up, parked the car, and we went to see Formula One. So I think that was 1966. And I think that is the only time I've been to a Grand Prix.
Well, I think you'd have to know somebody in the event to get the benefit of it somehow.
Well, the advantage of being a commentator these days is that they give you badges to get you in almost everything.
Well, there you go then.
Goodwood, I'm able to go anywhere and everywhere because they give you that. But most of us are now trapped outside, aren't we? And I find that I accept and I understand why, but.
Well, I do hope these kind of events carry on because, I mean, the way the world is going and whether it be diesel, electric, whatever, it's rather, I feel, influencing the younger population anyway, to not realise just quite how treasured these kind of motor cars must be.
Absolutely correct. Well, the VSCC are putting together two. They had a raffle a few weeks ago. I beg your pardon, they had put forward a proposal. There was a Fiat that it was in complete bits. In fact, I think it's shown in the programme. And they thought they'd maybe have 10 or 15 people, or boys and girls, to put forward their names. It's for people under 30. And I think they had 70 entries to actually acquire the bits and pieces to put it together.
Yeah.
And subsequently come back and compete with VSCC. That was also the case, I think, of the Morgan three-wheeler. Again, if we can introduce younger boys and girls under the 30, and today the under 30s are being sponsored by the family, all their tickets for today are being supported and provided for by that. I think that personally is a brilliant idea. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, are we going to ask any of your Aston Martin owners there to hand over their cherished car, I wonder?
I'll pass on that one.
Oh, no, come on. You've got to be brave. You're only in the microphone with me.
What, to go up the hill?
Yes, why not?
Well,
Unfortunately, I know you can't do it. It's called health and safety.
Yeah, quite.
Because the two Bugattis sticking to your far right, which is Type 51 and a 3737A, are local boys who've treasured these fabulous Bugattis for years and years and years. To come in the cars and to go up the hill at lunchtime would be perfect.
Yeah.
But the organisation to do that is a rigmarole of paperwork, of ticking boxes, the lot. And to get people up, well, we have the Bugatti Owners Club in the summer party, and we're able to take people up without helmets and everything else, under obviously care. But even then, some of the kids are not allowed to go. I think you've got to be 1.3 metres or whatever, I figure. You've got to be a certain height.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you, but when we were boys, we used to go in and everything.
Well, quite. That's
But anyway.
no longer, it seems.
Well,
The youth is too precious.
yeah, but we survived.
Quite.
I mean, how many crashes did you have in your life?
Oh.
Yeah, there you are, you see.
a few.
More than quite a few. I know. Well, that's part of life, isn't it? You
Yeah.
survive it or you don't.
Well, let's
So,
hope the people that are here will keep coming and
agreed.
keep moving this on as far as events are concerned.
So I can welcome everybody here in the paddock to come and look at those beautiful Aston Martins, come and talk to the owners, listen to them,
Yeah.
not necessarily be frightened for the price, because that's of no consequence. You've got to work hard to buy an Aston Martin, and that it's as simple as that.
Although you can buy them cheaper, but unfortunately, it's still maintaining them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for bringing such beautiful cars, and Thank you for producing a very, very exciting quarterly magazine. Pop us a note, as I said, please, and I'll put you in contact with the Herefordshire boys, and we'll keep you in touch with regard. It's a slightly longer run up to Prescott from here, and it's a boring M5. But once you get into our part of the world, I think we are, without doubt, as beautiful as Wiscombe. We might not be able to provide you with the bluebells, but we can certainly provide you with everything else.
I'll make a note.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in at lunchtime. Thank you, Richard. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
5.
afternoon, everybody. And it would look as though Betty has delivered her valuable passengers of our marshals throughout the hill. I would expect the first cars will be coming forwards very shortly for their first competitive run this afternoon. So I trust you've all had a good lunch and enjoy the picnic. Plenty of cream, ice cream. I must certainly award the best picnic just immediately behind me with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles on the candelabra. They've obviously had, I would think, they had a flan, glasses of wine, crystal glass. Yep, most assuredly you win today's prize. Two nice little marshal stories just to give you that not everything in life goes absolutely perfectly on a hill. Louis Chiron, 1927, was racing at Montreuil on July. Formula Libre, which was essentially open to all drivers pre the Grand Prix on the Sunday. So you had people like Albert Devo driving a Talbot 1.5, Louis and Williams, of course being Williams Grover, who drove Type 35Bs for Bugatti and won the Monaco in 1929, the very first Monaco, which I think is on this afternoon. They were driving Sunbeams. Chiron and Estar were driving Type 35s. The Guyot was left the road, killing unfortunate driver. The ambulance drove out correctly onto the back straight to correct and collect. As the ambulance drove onto the track the wrong way, on the return, who should they meet but Chiron, approaching at substantial speed. Anyway, nothing happened. It was all over. And Devo won that particular day by some 32 seconds. Spanish Grand Prix, July 1927, San Sebastian. Robert Benoit, and this race was the Grand Prix, some 430-mile race, a duel essentially between Bugatti and Delage. 1927 was, of course, the heyday, real heyday, of both Delage and Bugatti. Delage had produced that wonderful 1500cc, one of which you could see at the museum at Brooklands. So effectively a duel between the two. Bugatti handled a very tricky track, the Delage clearly being exceedingly powerful on the straights. On lap 31, Emilio Matresi overdid the Bascardo corner and slammed unfortunately to the wall. The car was damaged, but he was A-OK. Benoit slammed on his brakes and spun. In the confusion of smoke, dust and flags, he effectively lost his sense of direction. So what did he do? He returned to the track the wrong way. Marshals flagged him down immediately and he returned, thankfully, to win. Oh, one to comment there. Actually, that was Louis Chiron's very first introduction to racing at a Grand Prix level. And of course, he subsequently went on to be one of the top 5 with Ascari and the others in that particular racing period. So thank you, marshals. You've clearly done your stuff. One other comment. We said the Bentleys, which are going across for Le Mans Historique to celebrate some 70. I double-checked at lunchtime. The first respectively win for Bentleys then were 1927 and 1929, and a further Bentley in 1930. That was the first female entrant. Margaret Marus and Odette Sicot finished 7th on that particular year. Okay, those are questions raised as I wandered through the paddock over lunchtime.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
As a commentator, it's always like to spot one or two cars, probably spot the ones that you have the favourite part of your heart for, and that has to be, in many respects, the ERAs. We have one famous ERA. In fact, I think the definition of famous would be applicable to all 16 of the original ERAs. Next Saturday, at our historic at Prescott, we have Victor Riley coming, who is son of, and some of the stories that he comes out with regarding his father's investment in the ERA in terms of the engine and his interest, and his motor racing performance in terms of marketing the cars. As we come down to Class 1, that'll interrupt the flow for a minute, but I will come back with a little story for you. Robert Rhodes in the Austin 7 EA Little Sports replica. As you see there on your program, they're all little 750 cc's. I'm always slightly amused that some put 747 opposed to 750. I suppose a little bit of work might have lost 1 cc. Anyway, they're all on a handicap. And as you can see, if you run down, William Marsh, who's been exercising the Little Ulster for some years, has got the tightest handicap of 63. The class record and vintage general is William Way. I haven't seen William for a couple of years, and his was Austin 7, again an Ulster, and that was a 56.50. So you can see the performance that young William put in was pretty substantial. As yet, my screen hasn't come on, so I can't give you what would now be a discussion of where he is on the hill, other than I know he's gone past Wiz and Bunny's leap. Somebody will come and help me on that in a moment, I imagine. Second on the line is Vicky Sly. Now, Vicky has been with us as a marshal and as a competitor for a great number of years. She had a nasty little incident, which I can say while she's not listening to me, with a helmet on at Brooklyn some years ago, and damaged her right and left leg. But I'm glad to say, after the years of treatment and care, she's back here competing. In the interim, she's always kept abreast with everything that we have done in terms of being a marshal. So thank you, Vicky, for that. Peter Howard, the Austin 7 Ulster, number 3. Champion little machines these are now. Very much encouraged for our younger members of the club to begin and actively with it, actually compete in both on track, hill climb, and respectively in the winter trials. Although some of these probably a little bit too highly exercised for that. Somebody rather rudely said, like, rather like exercising a pram. Well, I don't know about you, but I think that's a little unfair advantage to make a comment on. Louise Parkin, and then followed by William Marsh, who, as I said, is probably the best handicap in this particular section. Followed immediately on then by Class 2, which is a standard modified, These are slightly larger in terms of cc, go up to the 1100 cc, and they're unsupercharged unless on the right-hand side of your brochure it shares supercharged. Modification doesn't necessarily mean supercharged. It does normally specify that, but modified means somebody's been tweaking things underneath that bonnet. Underneath that bonnet, to me, is a complete mystery. You have to rely totally on either a checkbook or whatever to be given advice of what to do underneath the bonnet. That's a very elegant Wiley Brooklands. 28, 29. Thomas Parry was going to exercise the first at Brooklands, but unfortunately in Babs, as you know, he was exercising an element of speed trial on the sands down in South Wales, and unfortunately had an accident that killed him. So the car in fact was driven at Brooklands the following day by, sorry, the brain's gone. I can remember that. I think it was, no, I'm not going to say it because I've got it wrong. Anyway, some 30 plus were actually made of the Brooklyn Rileys with the fabulous engine, and they really took the world by storm, both in terms of competition and performance. And one of the comments was that you could sit in the driver's seat, and with the driver's right hand you can actually touch the floor. So up to that point in time, cars were fairly substantial, massively built. These were diminutive little machines with great power. Car number 4, I can give you times if those of you down with your pen and pencil. I can't promise to do it throughout the whole of the day, because I'm probably doing this commentary solo. So if I maybe come back when they come down the hill, I can fill you in on there. Here's our first little three-wheeler, Morgan Super Aero, Andrew Messent. Morgan's took, I think, a showroom in Paris in 1923, opened a showroom there, and I think they took across 13 or 12 of the little Morgan three-wheelers of the most beautiful colours, and they stopped all the traffic we can imagine, and they were a great success out there, both in terms of marketing, because of course the French had quite a number of three-wheeler machines, some of which we see adapted for our English hill climb and racing, but most of them tend to be the Morgans with the little Jap engine. Morgans of course produced now a three-wheeler too some years ago, but I think that has a BMW engine in it. I've only travelled in a historic pre-Morgan, exciting three-wheel, three gears. It actually somehow two from memory. This is a shared car, Clive Bergman with the Austin 7 Super Sports, and that on the right hand side shows that that one is with a supercharger. So a little more punch, hence his handicap is 57.00, which shows both he and car are performance in terms of their overall programme and competition of the others. Nigel Downing, Brooklands. He's got the lowest handicap, which would suggest James Diffie, Austin 7 Ulster, 53.75. Diffie, of course, was one of the two respective brothers who campaigned vigorously in everything VSCC they have done. Unfortunately, over the years, we've lost James, and of course, we lost Diffie last year in a road accident, of which, and I will use the word very carefully, celebrated the wonderful life that he exuded to all of us. Goodwood, Silverstone, the VSCC, his friends, his clients, and his ability to compete in a great number of machines. I lent him one of mine as a test at Goodwood some years ago, and he came back grinning. He said, "You have a car that will really compete." So we let him obviously drive it again, and a great exponent. So that's That Diffie record is going to be pretty tough to beat. So now we should be popping into Class 6 standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars. We should have on the track, on the hill, I beg your pardon, number 29, which should, I can't see that line. Yes, it is 29, jolly good. Yep, 29 on the line. Does that come up on? I'm sorry, I'm talking to one of my helpers who's just come in. Does that give? It doesn't come up on the screen for 29. Okay. Do you want to swap that over? Anyway, no. Okay, done. 29 sadly has come slightly out of order. 21. Lee Francis, Ulster Open. You might wonder the question why we have these names, Ulster and Boulogne and others. It was all part of the great marketing. If you won on Sunday, you sold it on, I beg your pardon, if you won on Sunday, you sold it on Monday. That's right, yeah. 31, we should have Graham White, the Lee Francis Hyper. That is the supercharged 1500. Great grandfather had one of these as his daughters in Bay. Very smart, very quick, nice yellow wheels, goes well with the duck head green. 32 behind Michael Pallet in the Lee Francis S-Type Hyper. Hypers are very good, vigorous activity, trials and rallies. But what's low numbers? We have every sort of pre-39 car competing in their respective classes. Handicaps here range from about 60 down to 56.5. Now the one thing I am stumped on, I have failed miserably to get hold of a Yushang, who is in the number 40, which is a Bugatti Type 44 Faux Cabriolet. I know he popped a note to John Staveley during the week to get a buff form on this magnificent beat. It's an extremely light fabric body, and on the door, passenger door, there's a little insignia which would suggest to me that it was sold from Molsheim, which was the HQ for Bugatti, to a Spaniard. But what else, I can't really help you at the moment. I apologise for that, but when he comes back from the return road, as in the paddock, go and talk to him and he'll most definitely give you history. I've singularly failed today, for which I apologise. Number 41, Alex Pilkington in this magnificent Alfa Romeo 1750, 6 cylinders, and of course started the great pattern of Alfa's success, huge success. Eventually they went up to 2.3 and 2.8, and of course that was the P3 1931, 1932, magnificent colour with that wonderful radiator, and of course it has been driven here today. The Pilkingtons were amazingly supportive of the VSC spring meeting at Silverstone a few weeks ago. 3 cars were bought out, of which Alex was driving this magnificent Alfa. Her father was driving a Zagato, and I think there was also a Maserati involved as well with one of the family. So they're a great sporting family. Alex drives to all the respective events, wind, rain, sun, as today. Sitting alongside me is somebody who's going to spot particular cars that they go through. On the screen to my left, as the sun shines in my eyes, I could just about pick up the respective cars, but I certainly can't pick up this wonderful track. I always think the last corner, I know it's called Martini Hairpin. By the time I get there, probably I've had 2 martinis. The best martini I can remember having was where's the Alpha gone? No, she stepped back a bit. It was on Lake Como late at night. We'd had a wonderful sail that day out in a Riva speedboat. Golly, that was exciting. They had 2 V8 engines and we'd been whizzed round that fabulous part of the lake, delivered back to our respective hotel, changed for dinner, and we were given 2 very, very, very good martinis pre-dinner. Maybe it was the reflection of the day, the Italian sun, magnificent hotel, and that spirit of freedom you get when you go to Italy.
You're starting to sound very romantic, you know. I think I'm going to leave the box.
I didn't include who I was having the martini with, or martinis with. I was being discreet to the young lady. No.
So the marshals are sweeping on the hill at the moment, I can see. So there'll be a few moments while they're sorting that out. And I see the Bugatti's coming back down to have a rerun. Obviously, it was red flagged on that run.
What do we use now on oil? Is there a new sawdust or concrete, or what is it we use?
Well, it does tend to be absorbent granules, depending on the amount. If you actually look at the MSUK Blue Book, it'll give you a minimum quantity of things you have to have on marshal's post, and one of them is still sawdust, is one of the advised things to put onto oil, but I think it depends on the severity of the oil, to be quite honest.
What happens on a wet day when the oil spreads that little bit further? Do they utilise the same?
Yeah, that does tend to be more granules, because the granules does tend to absorb it up easier then. But the other thing is a lot of the more modern cars are using waterless coolant, and the waterless coolant leaves a very slippery surface as well.
Right. What about the new oils and the new fuels that we're now beginning to use as part and parcel of zero carbon?
I don't think there's been enough research to know as to exactly what the treatment is for it. I think we're still staying with the absorbent granules and absorbent pads as well, the spill kits which we use.
Right.
That tends to be the general thing. So you have a spill kit which the Wiscombe vehicle down there has one in the back ready to deploy should it be needed.
Right. Off goes that magnificent...
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you imagine the Grand Tour in 1934, 1935, 36, prior to the Second World War? We were travelling around France with our La Tour luggage in the back, and our chauffeur was driving us, and the rest of our luggage was being travelled by what was by then a brilliant French railway system that they'd put in, something that possibly we could be envious of, even in 2023.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not so available these days, shall we say.
Well, I have to make the critical comment, it was always available, we just didn't spend the money.
True.
But never mind. What you ought to explain what the Blue Book is, if anybody...
Oh, the Blue Book, it's it's very good actually for levelling up a coffee table with one leg missing. It's that thick. It's the book of rules that the Motorsport UK produce each year, telling everybody what the specifications of cars, what their licence specifications, all that sort of thing, technical regulations, and also it gives you things like to compete here, the venue has to have a track licence. So they down the actual status and the structure of the track licence, where you should have marshals posts, where the rescue vehicles should be, all that sort of thing. So it keeps a consistency for all the events at the venue then.
Right, so it's the Book of Rules.
It is definitely the Book of Rules.
It's about 360 pages.
Oh, at least. And to be an MSUK steward, you're supposed to have a very good working knowledge of the complete book. And many of the stewards these days tend to want to specialise in different disciplines. So you'll have a karting steward, or you'll have a steward who specialises in speed events, like this being a speed hill climb, which is what they would have here. And you also have people that do very general, they do all sorts of disciplines, but they have to have a working knowledge of it. And they also need to know where to find, if somebody comes with a query, the answer.
Right.
And the answer's always in there, but sometimes it is conflicting. You can have a paragraph at one point which would tell you one thing, and a paragraph somewhere else that slightly contradicts it. So then you refer back to Motorsports House and say, what's the definitive answer of this? And they say, can I ring you back? So
yes, I did hear that from one or two people, but that's possibly a glorious opportunity to introduce. Come and join us as a marshal.
Oh, it is, without a doubt. Marshalling is such a wonderful way to get into motorsport, and you don't have to invest a lot of money buying a car and running a car. You can be involved in the motorsport, and you come along. Generally, you find that you'll get like a meal voucher or something like that to help you during the day, and it's a really nice, friendly atmosphere. If you come along and you've never marshalled before, you can be put with an experienced marshal. They're all friendly, they're all welcoming. I think we're trying hard to get some marshals these days, because if you actually look at the demographic of the marshals that are out there present, they're all heading to a similar age to who I am. You know? So you do like to get some younger ones involved.
Very important, because none of us could run events of this nature, any VSC sport or any hill climb sport or road sport, without marshals. Agreed?
Yes, definitely. I mean, if we don't get new marshalling intake over a period of time in the future, the events will dwindle, unfortunately. We will lose events. And so it's very, very important we keep a good structure of marshals. And they're all very good. They do a sterling job out there, all weathers. You'll find them standing out there. I mean, today is an exceptionally nice sunny day. I have been here at some Wiscombes where it's been totally the opposite, where it's been a deluge nearly all day. They still stand and they still smile at the end of the day, which is a big thing, because they've enjoyed their day. It's a bit of a challenge being out there in the rain.
It certainly is. Two of our marshals standing on the start line. In fact, she's just turning round now. Yep. They are off to France for the French Grand Prix. Mm-hmm. They're then coming back here for, I think, a VSCC at Donington, and then they're going back to France for the Le Mans Historique. So, I mean, that's the power of being an English.
Would that be Jess and Flynn? Yes. Wonderful marshals, always here, always smiling, and they enjoy their day.
What is there not to enjoy?
Exactly. I mean, you couldn't find a better venue for, bearing in mind this is a temporary venue. After we've finished here, Wiscombe Limited will take away all the equipment, all the banners, all the signs, all the caravans, everything will be put away. It returns to being a working farm. And it's a mammoth task to get it all set up, and then quite a mammoth task as well to take it all down. Some of the guys will still be here on Tuesday dismantling everything to bring it back to being the Chichester's farm.
What is the principal stock here? I mean,
well,
are they animal?
There's quite a lot of sheep.
Right.
A lot of pheasants. They do tend to pop out at the odd time on the hill. The pheasants, that is, not the sheep, which does create a little bit of concern at times. We had some Shire horses, which they've now held up further up in a different field. Right. Come down to watch the other year. It's quite interesting. They're beautiful animals. Yeah. Didn't really want them running out onto the track, but they didn't seem at all perturbed by it. They just stood there and watched the cars go by. So we moved them back. But
I don't think horses, oddly enough, are disturbed by the noise.
No.
They're only disturbed by the squeaky brakes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's what concerns them.
Many years ago, I had I can say the distinction, I'm not sure it's the right word, of clerking a hill climb at Cricket St Thomas Wildlife Park up near Chard, and anybody who can go back that long will remember Cricket. It was a great little venue, a real club little venue, but obviously they had the animals there, and one day I was there and my radio suddenly sprung to life. They said, Dave, we've got a problem. I said, oh, what's that? They said, the elephant's escaped and it's heading your direction. Not something you find in the Blue Book. There's no section on dealing with loose elephants. I did check, but yeah, thankfully it didn't get in the way, and they rounded it up and sent it the other direction. But quite an unexpected call that was.
Loughton Park has the same. That is enclosed from what is known as the Deer Park, and occasionally we've had a number of fallow deer arrive on the track. So you can imagine the commentary between museum and triangle with regarding oh dear, oh dear,
oh dear. Yeah. Anyway, so I thought I'd pop in, just have a quick chat and promote a little bit of Wiscombe. I'm going to have to wander off again in a minute, but well, a wonderful day that your VSCC team are putting together for us here today and for the spectators. And thank you all very much for that.
You must have used your magic Devon wand.
Oh, yes, I'm a Somerset boy, so I can get away with that. This is why I can deny all knowledge of whether or not the jam or the cream goes on the scone first, because even though I live in Devon, I don't come from here. So there's always a debate. But I'm sure there's people here today having scones on. Oh, I can see some cakes and everything here behind us with the candelabra. Have you been in and checked the lunches?
I awarded them top prize. They had some delicious flan, and you could see the candles on the candelabra, and you could see the glasses that they've been enjoying, whatever they have been enjoying.
Well, it's been a pleasure to pop in and see you.
Pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon,
well,
and
feel free.
Everything goes right. I'm going to have to go up to the top of the hill in a few minutes and have a wander around up there and just enjoy the atmosphere. Well, thank you very much for coming along and bringing your event to us.
Pleasure. Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much for popping in.
Okay.
Thank you. Good. I was finishing off a story, wasn't I, about Humphrey, which of course is the one ERA that we have here today. And the best book about, or one of the best books to read, is one by Bill Morris. And of course his son is with us here today, which is the ERA book. And in Bill's ownership was R12B and R12C. Tony Stevens was lent by Bill R12C, effectively to rebuild it from bits and pieces and all the world activity that all the ERAs had. So he put it together as a functioning car, gearbox, concern, and bodywork, everything. As you know, they have a pre-selector box. This was completed in 1982. Patrick Lindsay, one of the great competitors within the VSCC, for those remember those active days when he was out, had a drive in it. And he came back and he said, "This looks more like a tart's boudoir." Anyway, the additional comment that he added was, "This car is one determined to kill you, but at which corner it makes its own mind up." So John Llewellyn drove this particular R12C at Oulton Park and at Donington, and Sir John has just stepped down as the president of the Bugatti Owners Club, and we've just appointed a new president, which will be, I think it was announced a few days ago, and that'll be in your news week for appraisal. A gentleman that has carried both Bugattis, MGs, Rileys, Fraser Nashes close to his heart and his wallet ever since he joined. So, one of the shared cars, 717. So this should be effectively Clive Bergman, followed immediately behind by our Edwardian number 60, which is a magnificent Hudson Super 6. We've gone up substantially in terms of VSCC's CCs. This is some 4.7, 1917. Hudson's, as indeed following car, which is a Talbot, were used extensively by our British forces in the First World War in France as officers' cars. No doubt many of you have seen the lovely photographs of the respective officers sitting back with their suitable army equipment on, monocle being taken round the front. I can assure you this particular car, if it was ever there, would not be in that colour, more likely a dun khaki. I'm missing the Talbot, but that's followed by the Curtis Le Zebra Special. Jeremy Flane, beg your pardon. I was thinking about Flan at lunchtime, wasn't I? I do apologise, Jeremy. You can't hear me. This is a great piece of machinery. 2 litres now. Just listen to it launch itself. Woof. That is flying. And that performs part and parcel of the Targa Florio film that they produced some years ago with Tim Dutton and some of the replica Bugattis that they put together, and Alphas and others, to go and replicate the Targa Florio of that particular period of time. Some difficulty in is seeing the car as it comes astride of the start line, other than just in front of me, 81. So it should in theory be Miss Jocelyn Jones in the number 8/18/19/28,000 cc. Pretty boat tail, which is very characteristic of that period of time. Elegant piece of machinery, nicely changed, cruising comfortably up with a handicap of 77, so you have plenty of time to enjoy this magnificent car as it travels throughout the track. The gentlemen have given me a screen. I think we are just coming through to the gate, and then we disappear into S's 1 and 2. Slightly wide line for the second part of the S's there. That won't have lost very much time. Coming up to Sawbench. Sawbench is probably the most aggressive of the hills. Nice and wide, got the power in, kept it beautifully right in the centre of the track. Up Castle Straight, we were talking a little earlier to Burgess. He's somewhere between late 70s and early 80s, up to Castle Straight, and then of course the final cocktail of the day, Martin Hairpin, or Martini, I beg your pardon, Martin Hairpin. Where we go. Followed by an Amilcar with Terry McGrath. Of course, Amilcars were possibly the finest little Spanish Libra racing cars of that period. They are absolute little jewels, and unfortunately a lot of those jewels are now hidden away. We only see 3 or 4 of the Amilcars every year. Terry is not a gentleman to lock it away in a safe or its bank deposit, brings it out and exercises it. I wish I had a few more to talk about. They are magnificent little cars. Ben Abbott's to follow, the Austin 7 Special. From this distance, I might just accuse him there of missing second gear, but I'm sure he'll put me right later on. Ian Baxter holds the class record in this, in an Austin 7 Special. The word special is a real S in these cars, and they are special. They are tuned and played with, tinkered with till they are demanded of their performance by their owners. So Ian Baxter has a record here, 53.14. Well, you'll see on the handicap, there's nobody within sight of that particular. Following on the line, 85 is Graham Beckett, the Austin 7 Simplicity. Simplicity is part and parcel of that wonderful period of specials noted in the book. Worked on, played with, exercised. Many silver cups at home. Very light frame. Tiny little smarty-like lights. You don't want to be out driving Simplicity in a dark, foggy night, do you? Right after Simplicity, we had Kevin Morton in the Riley 9 Special. Of course, the Rileys were something you could really play with. I think that's why we have so many of those in the Austin. Probably proliferation of Rileys rather than anything else in this lower class of CCs up to 1500s. Probably one of the most popular, certainly the most active of respective clubs. Although last year we have celebrated the Austin 7 Centenary Festival, of which they came to our part of the world and came to see us all at Prescott on Wednesday the 20th of July. So they celebrated 100 years of Austin 7 motorsport success. Why was it successful? Because the manufacturers recognized sporting cars, sold cars. Waiting for the green light, you can see that on the left-hand side of the little bridge. When it goes green, it means he's safe to go. What progress have we got up the hill? It looks as though we've got zero progress at the moment. We haven't quite managed to get to Bunny's Leap for whatever reason. Red flag out somewhere. I'd have to be further up the hill, but I'm not able to say why and where. Mechanical stoppage somewhere. No, my screen boys have given me a complete clear of the hill. That would suggest that we've had from Graham, a mechanical. Very unusual for Graham. Normally one of our most reliable machines and cars. Marshall's gently pushing him back to the corner just before whiz. He'll pop them underneath there, and when the batch has finished, he'll be either towed back or it might start back, but he'll be safely back. An elegant array of Panama hats. Two going down. That one's made of corn straw, very stiff brim. One ahead looks like one of those wonderful folding ones, the Panama ones that you can roll and put into a tube. Very smart, sir. What emblem have you got on yours? Oh yes, yeah, I approve of that. What have the children got on? Oh, very elegant young lady, like one. Yeah. Ponytail as well. They're following father because father has a plate full of chips. I think that's right, isn't it? Oh, look, he's handing one back. Oh, no. Wings of a chicken. Or legs. Yeah. Ah, it's Rebecca. One of our novelists now within the VSCC. You'll read about her every single month of her enjoyment in one of her machines. And most excellent writing it is, I promise you. I enjoy it. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to go. Green lights. Nice change. Nothing like having a double try at something to get it right the second time. Sitting in front of me is one of the shared cars, number 8, David Furnell, the Austin 7 Rotoy. He was captain of the Hill Climb Championship for many years and stepped down for that. He's a great charity provider in his part of the world. Charming individual with a good, wizened element of naughtiness in his conversation with you. It might look diminutive, but my golly, it's quick. See how he holds first gear? Holds it lovely. That little thing must rev like steam. A lovely story. Wiscombe Park some years ago. He was sitting on the start line and the heavens open, as they often do in that part of Shropshire. Of course, red lights everywhere, red flag out, so he had to sit on the start line and wait until the shower was over. When the shower was over, 4 marshals picked the car up, turned it on one side, and the water ran out of it, a bit like a basin. Fired it up, went up the hill. Got William Gawley, Austin 7 Special, comes part of the great sponsorship for the VSCC Longstone Cars. So he and his father and the rest of the Will's been hill climbing now. I think this is his 2nd season. Happily, comfortably away. He'll be an aggressive driver, but a very caring one. Does well in the winter trials. Was for many years the general manager of the Bugatti Owners Club. I think he joined as the general manager back in 2011, 2012. Made some huge changes to return the club to its profitability. Introduced some very fresh ideas. Remember the Italia day. Drives a BMW motorbike all over France. Shares this lovely Amel car with the owner. No doubt a little bit of persuasion to work on it mechanically. Help me, then you can borrow it, which is the usual. Let me see where he is coming on the screen. Coming up to, he's finished. Saw bench on Castle Straight. Castle Straight is in the dark with those lovely trees. It should be coming up to Martini hairpin, and it will safely complete his ride. James Mabley and the Austin 7 Ulster. Finished the 2 S's. And Tony McGrath in the... Sorry, missed that one. Lee Francis, Simon Boyer. This is Class 9 for your program. Special sports cars and saloon cars up to 1500 and 750 to 1100 cc in the supercharged. Number 91. 91 is the I should recognise it by the amazing radiator. It looks as though it's been used for toast. Yes, Wolseley Aries Special. 1500 cc and a handicap of 56.0. Class records here too. One is Peter Cobb in the Nash, the Boulogne Vitesse, which was a steaming 53.81 back in 1984, so you can see how long that's been going for. And then David Pryke in the Morgan Riley, again a very hot Riley chassis, but with a Morgan, I beg your pardon, Morgan chassis and the Riley engine, that's right. That was a 48.65. This is the shared car of Greg Lorigo, Riley Special. He shares this with his lovely wife, Barbara. Greg, I promise you, will put up an excellent performance. No half measures for this gentleman at all. What handicap have they given him? 50.50. Well, that would underwrite the comment I've just been. I would imagine he will be in the top 1 or 2 for the class. Right, coming up over Bunny's Leap. Quick break, changing down nicely through the gate. Tight line through S's. Beautiful. Really using that new road surface to his real advantage. Coming up to Sawbench. Around Sawbench, disappearing into the darkness for me. And then that long Castle Straight. That always seems such a long section. Then you suddenly, whoop, wake up. Martini hairpin. Get it right. Let me see what time. No. Printout seems to have gone filled. No. I can't give you the times. What I'm going to propose, if that will be acceptable to you, is when we finish the first competition runs for everybody, I'll get a copy of the times from the timekeepers and at least give you the top 2 in each class as we do their second run in later on this afternoon. So at least those keeping a careful note and those watching their husbands, wives, daughters, girlfriends, whatever, can put it in. I apologise for that. So, course car going up. That finishes the batch up to finishing class 9, although of course there will be some double shared runs from, we've got 4 I think. William Butler, Charlotte Boyer, I beg your pardon, Andrew Oliver and Mrs. Barbara Lorigo. So the cars will come back to do a swap over, and then we're into class 10 stroke 11. Class 11, really, there are no supporters in the class 10, which was for special sports cars and saloon. So class 11 on page 11. Jonathan Cobb is the particular class record here for vintage in a Fraser Nash Ford. The Ford obviously being the Ford engine, 3.2 litres, and the chassis of a Rod Briggs is the one I like. The AC.
Attention paddock with the driver of car 58 that is parked at Wiscombe at the moment. Could you make your way back to your vehicle immediately, please? We're ready to tow it back into the paddock, but we need you with the car. Driver of car 58, please could you pop down to this corner and your car straight away. Thank you.
That, of course, is a request for the Bugatti to go round. Yushang, here we go. We are being in the indignity of towing a Bugatti up Wiscombe, back to the paddock. But I'm sure with your technical ability, you also run a Fraser Nash, and I think I've quite often seen you working underneath your Nash in the paddock at this time of day. From this lovely commentator's spot, I've often looked at the pond on the right-hand side, and I remember reading in the introduction and the story behind this wonderful house and the estate that it was a freshwater pond for trout. But I cannot see any late afternoon rises on that pond. Maybe over the years it has become unacceptable to trout. I bet the odd pike's in there though. Can you imagine putting a fly up there and grabbing one of those? Probably be a fairly big one these days. I was doing a note to my grandchildren the other day about eels in England when they come from the Sargasso Sea. But they're transparent at that stage until they come here. They find their way up the rivers. They live in our rivers for probably 28, 30 years, at which time they could be a metre and a half in terms of size. And at that particular moment they distribute or change from living underwater, and they can slither across the surface. And of course they go back to find Mr. and Mrs. or Miss and Mr. in the Sargasso Sea. Two benefits of an eel are, of course, one, you can eat it smoked, which is delicious, and the second thing is if you strip it, it's given. I'll tell you what, with Sawbench, he went way on the left-hand side, he kept all the power on. Years ago it would have been a smooth exit towards the daffodils and the bluebells. Not today. We picked that up, shall we, to Riley Christopher Tabor in the Riley Special. We've got a Fraser Nash on the line with Theodore Hunt, Fraser Nash TT Replica. 2 litres. We've got a wonderful variety of Fraser Nash engines, of course. GN Meadows. Meadows seems to be the one that everyone loves and can work on most of all. The best exponent of that is coming up very shortly, of course. Patrick Blakeney Edwards. Fraser Nash Super Sports, and the very word super gives you an idea of what he will be able to be performing up there. Which is one of the shared ones, which is Andrew Oliver in this one, in the Riley Special. Sky Blue. 1, 2, 3, away. Followed by 1, 2, 1, 1, 221 is the only exponent today, or the mark from our Bentley. This is the 3.5 special. So clearly a lightweight body on that, but a thumping 3.5. Big car to weave round Wiz, but once he got going over Bunny's Leap, I have to express this element of trepidation as I'd brake hard and go through the gate. But once through there, I think I can settle down and go for it. Let us see how he attacks both. His handicap is 56, so it's pretty tough handicap, which suggests great competency out there. Nice engine note. Much of that is blanked off in here, I'm afraid. But I will open all the windows when the ERAs go away, or rather the one ERA, with young Morris on board. Another shared car on the line. 793, so that should be 73. That was very firmly put into second gear, wasn't it? There was no nonsense there. You go in and you go in now. Right, let's see how he brakes as he comes up to the gate. Yeah, nice dip, nice line through into the S's, comfortably through the S's, slightly wide on the second part of the second S, coming into saw bench. Let's see how he comes into saw bench, coming in on the far right hand side, swivels round nicely, yeah, kept up the power, even a slight lift of the inside rear wheel. The photograph boys will pick that up. The shot on the screen going over Bunny's Leap is great. And I have a full picture as they come into the gate. Through the S's. A lot of people up there in the shadow of the trees with the smell of those wonderful bluebells surrounding them. So bench, here we come. Let's see how we... Nice line too. Yeah, round we go. And then up. Castle straight as fast as you can possibly put her. Right, in front of me is 131 with the next one on the line. Obviously one of the little Austin single-seaters. Diminutive little CC, but these are, we're up now with the racing car up to 1100 class 13 on your programme. We're missing Miss Ing Van Portal. Unfortunately, in that lovely little pea green Austin of hers, she had a gearbox problem, but she's managed to persuade one of the boys in the paddock to share a car, and that's been approved by clerk of the course generously. Thank you. Little single-seater Ben Purnell is a handicap of 63. The top performers here tend to be Edwards, Archie Waterfield, so we know he's got an engine that produces power. We know we've got a driver who's singularly aggressive, and you see he's got a handicap of 51.00. That's not bad over 2 years of driving. Well done, Archie. Keep it safe, keep it on the black stuff for me, please. Gary Clare and Granny I saw earlier on, he was being towed back, but that might have been only because he didn't want to drive back on the return road. One, 3, 4. See a little orange sticker on the number plate just above. That's methanol. Methanol, as you know, if there is a little accident, the marshals have to be very careful getting near it because it burns invisibly. of the end of the day. It was roads and lines. 135 will be coming up. Chris Hubble, Olsted 7 Special, big one, Ulster replica. Another specials, GN. GN was the chassis used by many of the specials because it was apparently a very flexible chassis that you could work with. It gave you lots of ability to be successful with the right matching of an engine. So the GN special on this one, Katipo, what I can't tell you, 1100cc, could be an should be an Austin engine. Carl Gray holds the class record here with the Hardy Special. Again, thumping time of 47.37. Again, shown in the book of specials. A full page and a half of history about a wonderful car and where it initially succeeded, which I think was Shelsley. They sit very proud on the road, don't they, those little specials? They look really, really correct. Gary Clare coming up with Granny. I think those of us who've been VSCC members for a long time will see some of the adventures that Granny has had. She certainly does not sit in a bath chair and smoke with a pipe and have the old gin and tonic. It's a very aggressive car and driver. Lovely crackle. Here we go. Let's give this the full Monty going up. Coming up to gate. Straddling the centre of the track, moving slightly to the left-hand side, nicely through. First S comfortably, second S, yeah. Touching that outside rim, coming up the small bench. Moving gently to the right-hand side. Let's see how he tackles it. But he comes like an ash. Let's have a little, yes, a little bit of sachet going on in there. Trumpet sounding as he thunders up Castle Straight. Dip down briefly to catch Martini correctly. Pop over the line. It'll be a good time from Granny. He'll certainly be in the top two. No, I missed Archie. I'm sorry, Archie. Where are you? That's you now. I can't spot what number you're on. That's you. Coming up to Saw Bench. Oh, a little wide. Took it really tight on the corner and then pushed out to the far left-hand side. Lost a little bit of speed there. A little further over to the left-hand side as you approach, and then you swing in with all the power. Nicely judged through to Martini though. You'll be a bit disappointed in that approach to Saw Bench, but you made it up on Martini, boy. Don't worry. So I completely missed where we are now. On the next one, it should be Phil Ely in the Singer Junior, but I might be wrong. See if I can pick it up. Well, it's certainly a Riley. I've got 9 out of 10 probably getting that right. Coming up to Saw Bench. Good approach. Tight. Pushing away, kept most of the speed going. Little nudge you can see from his throttle as he pushes out up the straight. And a successful run. That would suggest to me that at the end of class 13 All we have is the double drives to come as we lead into class 14 when they return from the top. The Aston Martin going home. Thank you for being here today. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. That must be one of the latest ones, the Vantage, with a slight sort of, almost like Mercedes finished behind the driver and the passenger, isn't it? I'm told they have a fan behind there you can turn on if the back of your neck gets a little bit cold, so you can keep it warm. They're my favourite one, the DB5. Look at that, a real beauty. Going very cautiously. Go on, sir. Ah, he's pausing. He's pausing just to be able to listen, so we can listen to that exhaust note. Yes, come on, sir. Press the button. That's better. Is that the last of the V12s, or are we into V8s? I'm not really sure. Nice demonstration, followed by a very pretty, very classic Lotus. We're having a number of those to Prescott at the very end of the season, rally day. We have 2 morning rallies, 2 more on the hill, 2 in the afternoon, and then 2 at night time. That is fun, I tell you, as they weave up Pardon and Etoris, semicircle, Rolt, a lot, all in the dark. It's great. What a crowd of rally boys, all in their beanie tops, jackets. They don't mind what the weather is at all. Well, it was nice to have the attendance of a mark like the Aston Martins. I'd have liked the attendance of 1 or 2 pre-1939, but I can fully accept that they are being involved in other events, and the summer does squeeze in a huge amount of events, concours and activity, rallies, so if you have a car of that particular period, you are well into. Nice grey, elephant grey, I would say, Rolls Royce. Fully loaded up with 3 in the front. Going back towards the car park. The other people to say a large thank you to would be one of our sponsors for the VSCC, which of course is the famous Latour family. And they are the providers of the most delicious French wines. They've been sponsors with the VSCC for a great number of years. Maison Louis Latour was founded in 1797 and is possibly the oldest continuously operating Burgundy house in the original family ownership. Oh, to be born in that house. Today it's run by Louis Fabrice Latour, who represents the family 11th generation. And he came across, I think, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, to the VSCC spring meeting. Very French, very courteous, very generous. The house is both a grower and merchant, as located in the town, of course, of Beaune. It includes the domain vineyards, which are some 50 hectares in the Côte d'Or. 50 acres. Can you imagine how much that is worth per hectare? And includes probably the largest single holding of Grand Cru vineyards. Maybe the screen is being lazy and I'm going to have to wait till I get to saw bench. Listen to that Nash. Magnificent, wonderful. Oh, total safety in his car with him driving, I tell you. Great excitement. Smiles and drives it. Right, I haven't got any on my screen, I'm afraid. I can't tell you what's happening in the S's. In fact, here he comes. Nicely through. Ooh, lovely. Corrected it beautifully. Little flick of the tail end. Straight through to Martini. One of the little Austin single-seaters going up there, which must be the Riley 1240 Cotton. Nicely sounded, because earlier on this morning they were a little concerned it was an unfettered machine and it was being difficult. But that sounded superb to me. Right, Robert Cobden, the Falcon Special, should be, I think. Yes, it is. Robert won't hold back either. Let me see if I can pick it up again for you. I think I've only got saw bench now, I'm afraid, on your screen. Oh no, I've got the shot of the bluebells now. They look beautiful. Through the S's. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm back on screen again now. Coming up to saw bench with Robert. Yes, Robert. I think he can tidy that up next time just a little. He'd have lost point something in that one. Right, last. I've got 160, then we're coming into the BSA Wellesley Special. To confound you, most of us know where the engine is, either front or back. Well, this one's got one front and one back. Both have independent gearboxes. Independent everything, actually. So the trick is to get everything working together. I mean, that is really a special and a half. Standard 1000cc BSA motorbike engine, which of course made in Birmingham, part of the big BSA group, BSA bicycles, BSA motorbikes, BSA rifles. Come on, BSA. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we going. Yes. Yes. Now we have got AC Cognac on the line. This Tony Lees was the outright class vintage record back in 2016. 47.55. Jolien is driving her today. It's part of his wonderful stable. Very enthusiastic individual with all VSCC and all pre-1939 cars. Love to show you the car. Freddie Giles, of course, was one of the great exponents of this particular car. Tony Lees had it for a good period of time. Little pre-selector. Now listen to them opening it up. Beautiful piece of special. It's almost a bit cruel to call it a special. Followed by Edmond, the Type 51, 2.3 Bugatti, supercharged, 1932. 49.5 is his handicap. The conversation I had with him at pre-lunch or pre everything ready today. Gave you just an indication of his interest both in this period and of course more modern. What are we pausing for? Just the green light. I have a feeling we've got a stoppage up at out. Oh, that's better, thank you, gentlemen. Looks as though it's a stoppage rather than anything else. Yeah, it's being turned round and she'll be coming back. I have to admit, when she disappeared out of my view, there was nothing wrong. Maybe that was something further up the hill with regards to the BSA. The BSA was going a little slowly, which would suggest that might have been a mechanical. Yes, it is. There's the BSA and Cognac are facing off each other at the moment. The marshals are pushing it, but it's quite steep just there, and he's got to turn round and get back on the track. Yes, it got enough room to move. It goes over the edge just a bit there, doesn't it, boys? You've got to be really careful. Yeah, that would suggest we had a mechanical hiccup from the BSA. The chairman were calling him in on Monday morning to ask him what's wrong, weren't they? Send you down to Wiscombe, boy, and what did you do? You disgraced yourself. Dearie, dear, dear. Never mind, you're in good company. Diana, one of our clerks of the course, doing a nice jog down there. Yep, checking out on everybody. She's a very firm and straight administrator. Are you not, Diana? She's ignoring me, you can see. I'll be told off later. Yes, the BSA has been parked up in the little cutout as you come to whiz on the right hand side where the various marshals are. Cognac is being levered forwards. This is where the marshals need a little help. There are only 3 of them. They're going to turn him round, give him the other opportunity. Yeah. Turn left hand down, sir, and then you'll be able to run off and back up on the start line. So Ed will be sitting there waiting, followed by 114. Oh, I beg your pardon, 161, I do beg your pardon. 164, I'm sorry, the pole's in front of me, I do beg your pardon. I thought that can't be a Type 35B. Not in that colour, not in that shape. That's Ian Baxter in that thumping rate outer single-seater. Ex-Abacassis car. FTD several times on all our tracks. Farmer from Somerset. As I chuckled to him, seeing him this morning, major fortune last year in wheat prices. Big smile. He's bought himself a Cooper single-seater, which he exercised at. There we go. Cognac. Let's pick him up on the screen. Coming into the gate. First start of the S's. Nicely through. Coming up to to saw bench. Let's see how he tackles saw bench. Ooh, nicely kept a lot of power on, but just a bit tight on that front wheel, just touching the concrete outside. Nicely finished, lovely swerve through Martini, beautiful, really kept the power on. Martini does have an escape route here, actually. If you lose courage and think, I'm just not going to make it. Right, there we go. All of the best of a type 35, type 51. Nicely through it. Beautifully slid through. Lots of grip, you were saying this morning on this new tarmac. Coming up to saw bench is going to be a very quick time indeed. Nicely round saw bench, beautifully controlled, yep. Hammer down for the straight. Let's see how he finishes it off with a flourish. Yep. I think he'll be happy with that time. Of course, I can't give you that because the tape has run out here and the screen on the right is green with the sun streaming through. So even with Eagle Specsavers, not that I have, I can't give you the time, but I will when we finish this first section. Right, let's see how the Alta goes. The big one, that is Come on, Humphrey. Yeah, nicely through, David. Coming up the saw bench. This is the time where he and his father have gone through here so many times. Beautiful, lots of power. Remember, this has got a pre-selector, slightly slow off the first, as I was checking this morning. The band on the pre-selector, which is made of asbestos, was slipping, so he had to start from second gear, hence why he didn't have the acceleration that you would normally expect Humphrey or any ERA to take off from the line. So it was slightly slow, but he could only start in second. If you ever looked at the complication of a pre-selector, and of course the fabric that they had made them with, which was a form of asbestos coating, no longer can be made. Although I did talk to him, I have a book at home which I found years ago, made by the construction company. It might have a plan and a specification you could possibly have made up for you. Right, this is between the three of them. We've got possibly FTD here, boys. Come on, Julian. Let's see how you get in the single seat. Da. Nicely through. Yep, quick flick through. Nicely right on the margin of the S's. Coming up to saw bench very quickly, quick stamp, nice wide turn, kept the power on. Lovely, right way on the left hand side, didn't lose any power at all. Thumping down, castle, and then we're going to very quickly approach Martini. Where are we? Martini, finish, done. I think I put my money on those three. Not really a fair bet, is it, actually? Come on, Spike, you're not this wonderful Connaught A7, 1952. Beautiful shape. Moss tried the Connaught, the three cars, the Connaught, the Maserati, and the BRM. And the description of each he accurately gave to all those sitting around the dinner, and the decision was made on that dinner party that it was going to be the Maserati for various reasons, and of course it was a successful season for him in the Maserati, or put it this way, more successful than it would have been in the other two respective cars. Right, we've got Christopher Pring in the Allard J2. These, of course, were great touring cars and great competing cars on long That was close to the bridge. It's a big car there, isn't it? Big 3.6. Christopher was with us the other day for one of our schools at Prescott. Thoroughly enjoyed it, he said. Learnt a lot. Drove there and put it on the trailer and then brought it back here. It's been on the trailer since Prescott on Wednesday. First of the lovely Jankos, 120, 140, 150, 150S. The great successes that they have. Salvadori and Moss competing at places like Donington and Brands Hatch. I always think the diminutive 140 was probably, it was neither pretty or ugly, it was that sort of middle range. 150 was svelte and slightly larger engine with the up to the 3.8 S. Coupe would be nice. Navy blue with navy blue upholstery.
Attention paddock, we have all cars in classes 1 and 2 to the assembly area now please. That's all cars in classes 1 and 2 to the assembly area now please. Also, just to keep you on your toes, you've had 3 runs to work out what match you're supposed to be running in, so what we're going to do is change it to make sure you're still awake. In order to save a little time this afternoon, we're running slightly bigger matches, so please make sure you're listening out for announcements and following the instructions of the marshals. Thank you.
Right, Michael Scott following in the Fraser Nash Le Mans. This is the one, of course, with the BMW 2-litre engine, which probably is very similar to the Cooper Bristol 2-litre engine, which was produced in Bristol itself and became a very important component part for the Cooper Bristols that we see now racing. In fact, at Silverstone we saw Jonathan Cobb racing in the 2-seater, which was Crook, who was the owner of that wonderful machine and wonderful car company. Great machine that would be, you know. Spend your summer holiday travelling around Europe in the hill climbs and sprints. Small suitcase in the back, as long as you can email the wife and say where you are. Of course, it could be the wife going. Wow, that was a very sexist. I apologise. That could be the wife going, not the husband. They're just as good as mechanics and driving. Nara Plattman, who is one of the invitees at various commentaries with myself, is producing something called Fast Ladies, which is a very careful analysis of the pre-39 historic women drivers who competed both in Delages, Delahaye's, trials, and competed on totally and utterly equal terms with the boys, and in many respects have been partially forgotten in the history books. So between the two of us, we've started digging around and producing some extraordinary tales and interests, which we hope we will be able to announce and produce later on, called Fast Ladies. Well, that would suggest, as you just heard, we're now going to be running larger batches, just to add to my complication here in the box. Thank you. I wonder how big the batches are going to be. Anyway, I know we start with class 1. As soon as the boys come down. In fact, what I'll do is I'll go across, if I may, to the box and collect, if I can, some of the times that we've had today, because I haven't got the ability to be able to give you at least the first and second in their respective classes at the moment, which I apologise for. So give me 5 minutes while I walk across or run across and get those. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they've given me the event run times for the first lot of drivers, but I've also been reminded that, as you know, when you have a gap in a hill climb or a sprint or racing, whatever, I have a chance to give you what I think should be the recipe of the day. Well, this is the University of Three Ages, apparently. It's a Spanish dessert, which is called Basque burnt cheese cake. 1 kilo soft cheese, which you can mascarpone or an English cheese, between the two. 7 eggs, of course, Devonshire eggs, so they're nice and big brown jobs. 4 grams of sugar, 200 of cream. Well, it's got to be Devonshire cream, isn't it? Can't go across the county. 1 tablespoon of flour, non-risey job, straight flour. Whack it in a large bowl, mix it up, pour it into a 10-inch spring-lined tin, a nice lined tin, otherwise it'll crisp up and fall in on itself. Pop it in the oven, probably 180 fan, nice golden glow, bring it out, leave it and eat it. Oh, yum. There you are. Take that home. So, where are we now? First run for looks like Baxter, is it? He sneaked in 1:50. Shared one, of course, the Lagonda Laripia with husband. This is Hans. I'm starting correctly in terms of Class 1 standard. Best run time so far in this is Williams Marsh of 61.30. Clear winner at the moment on that for Class 1, so let's see how as we go down, let's see what the improvements are. Tickling along in second place would be Louis Parkin, 64.75. So, as it got a little cooler, let's see if those runs are improved or... Number 3's come up to the start line, edged over the top, just an inch or two. But remember that start line is on a little run, so there's always a slight hesitation to see the car come forward and roll a couple of inches, but it will break the make and break. Very first time that make and break was made, I think it was in Southport in 19... Wow, got that corrected. It was a definitive look at that bridge on the right hand side. That's made of Devonshire. I go very slowly. I think we've missed a gear. We're not very happy. Not happy at all. Okay, and we'll wait and see, wait and see, wait and see. He's slowly coming towards. Yeah, he's coming through slowly. Sashaying his way through the S's. Most of this section now is out of the strong sunlight, so it gives the opportunity for the driver to see precisely where he was, and is. A little earlier on it was more difficult, particularly coming up to Sawbench. The sun was really glistening into the eyes of the drivers in a very wide turn into, I miss Vicky Sly, I think. I beg pardon, Vicky might be there. Coming down the Rhine is James Baxter in the Riley Brooklands. This one is in a good naval blue. Slightly diminutive tail as opposed to the Nigel Dowding Nutter Brooklands, which got much longer scale. Well, we'll manage. 14, number 14 is Andrew Messant, the Morgan Super Aero. Leading the class in class 10 at the moment. While Longwood would be Hans Theodore in the Nash, 49.80. Pipping Christopher DeBoer, the 55s, 55.39. Right, let's see how the little Morgan, number 14, goes. Beg your pardon, class 2. I've been given a sheet there which is incorrect. Good element of smoke. Poof! Give you an extra pound of thrust. Number 1-3. As you will appreciate, I'm trying to pick up cars as they come immediately in front of me, because they don't come up on the screen in the start line, so I've got to catch them as they come in front of me. Number 18 is Nigel in the Brooklands Riley. So class 2, our best Time so far on their very first one was a 58.95 with Austin Supersports. Clive Bergman. Fergus Gunn, number 11, coming up to the line in Austin 7 Ulster. His first time was a 59.79. So he's got a couple of points, but at the moment he will be settling comfortably in second place. Power down on the start line. Nice line through Wiz. Picked up second. Then we've got the Lee Francis Ulster Open after Justin Mayers in the GN Touring. Certainly sounds like a GN. I like the way the windscreen is. It gives him perfect bounce and airflow. Now we're jumping to number 30, which is the first of the two Lagondas here today. 1650 with Paul Ginnings. That would look like Class 6. Let's find Class 6 in the strip of paper they give me. I've only got one time here for you on Class 6. That's the Hudson Spikins Special. Neil Thorpe. I haven't got any other prints off on that one, so that doesn't give you a comparison who is going to be the fastest in Class 6. I think this is a case where I would have to spot it for you. It's going to be either Alex Pilkington or Neil Thorpe in the Hudson Spikings, between the Alpha and a solid British car. Mind you, Rebecca's done a good time of her originally as handicap's 56.5, so who knows? Who knows? She might catch up. Well done, Rebecca. Give it a bit of stick, kiddo. Here's a Longstone man coming up the hill. Come on, stride up, young man. That's better. Good stride. I can see there's a bit of tummy developing over there. Yeah, lose a pound or two. Yeah, that's it. I know it's so unfair, isn't it? I know. Yes, I know. You can't retreat. Chase him up the hill, Rebecca. Right, where are we? Got to be a Lee Francis. It's either the Hyper or the S-type Hyper. I think I'm going to put my number on the Hyper, which is Graham White. Graham is a great campaign in the winter months, in the winter trials, Cotswold trial, the Welsh trial, Scottish one occasionally, the Lakelands, which is a cracking one up in the Lake District, which is fabulous, absolutely fabulous. And there's a new trial, isn't there? The Diffie trial. I haven't had a report back on that. I thought it was a lovely idea to give a memory of young Diffie in terms of a trial. Waiting for the green light for Graham. Michael Pallett, and the Lee Francis just behind him in the shadow of the tree. Green light on, that means we're off. Yes, you can go, sir. Go and enjoy. Smoke. Held it into first. Second gear, 160, 170 yards up, which is good. Here we are, the Hyper S. You'll hear the supercharger just as he comes through Wiz, and then really picks it up. I trust somebody spoke to Yushan with the Bugatti Type 44. I've singularly failed, and I have apologised 3 times now. I think that's enough even for me. But what a machine. I know it was delivered out to Spain, but to who? It would be lovely to know it had a title out there. And then, without any explanation, one of my favourite Italian cars. Molto bene. Absolutely. Molto bene macchina. Bella Italia. Molto bella. Bella. Imagine driving home out to the centre of Florence, having finished your driving home to your beautiful villa further south. Welcomed home with your children and a swimming pool and parking your 1750 Alfa alongside other golden Italian machines, maybe a Maserati A3 or something like that. Count Nicholas in your dreams. Right. Let's see how Alex gets on with the lovely Alpha. Coming up to saw bench. Speed. Well through the S's. Coming up. Lovely. Very nice. Just a little bit hesitation. Just fractional hesitation. She came quite wide, so the front offside wheel was quite near that grass verge, and I think she just paused fractionally to correct it up before she went down Coventry Castle Straight, I beg your pardon. Martini, right, got the zebra, there we are. So who have I missed? I'm sorry. Hudson Spike Special, which I can tell you at least in the first Class 6, time of 59.14. 59. What does that run in? 59. Woohoo! That means he's beaten his handicap with 61.0. Well done. God, he will be excited with that. Right, we've shot now to the Edwardians, so I know we've had the Talbot and the Hudson, Jeremy Flann and the Curtis Special. What I can't tell you is, because here's a new track given opportunities to one or two of us to get better times and beat our respective handicap. If that was a suggestion, boom, there we go. This is where I'm excited. Listen to this note. Whoosh! You're sitting so far back, that long Italian stallion blood red bonnet. Brilliant. Right, let's see how he tackles the S's. Yep, very comfortably. A lot of speed through them, dampening down. I think he's only got 3 gears, or maybe only 2 actually. Nice wide section, beautifully controlled. Well, that new tarmac is certainly holding the old tires on the track correctly. Whistling up towards Castle Street, and his first cocktail of the evening. His time was originally, first time was 52.86. I think my theory is right. The handicap he has was 54.5. So 52.86, he's walloped it. And the Hudson Super 6 was 73, and he's 70.66. So it looks to me as though handicaps are going to be, I think I can use the word smashed, because normally you just tickle them. This time they are being smashed. I wonder if that's going to change as a result of this track being resurfaced, and they're going to have to live with those new handicaps, because that's going to be tough on tracks that haven't been resurfaced, isn't it? I don't know, way out of my pay league, that is. I'll ask Clark of the course. Smart Aston Martin in blue. Of course, he's not able to open up the pores and give it a bit of willy. He's got to be careful, because immediately behind him is the Clark of the course. Let's see if he just has a little tickle. No, very good boy. Yeah, very well defined. Well, it couldn't have been a better day for photographs, could it, boys and girls? There's some cracking shots out there, I hope, for you all. One or two people seem to be quietly packing up, going back for, no doubt, a barbecue. What a gentleman, he's taken his hat off to the two ladies. I think that must be the end of that particular batch. Letting those two cars through, which is the Aston and one others. Clearly a replay of one of my favourite cars there, the little Alpha. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing that. What time did young Alex go up with? That's class 6, class 6. No, I've only got the one in there. Waiting to see on the screen whether the Guardian is bringing the relative cars back again for us. All seems to be a little quiet on the screen. We're just getting a replay of what happened a little earlier, general highlights. It's actually come up and it says highlights. Commentator, commentate on this. What? For a fifth time? I could be exhausted. Do I have to repeat? Ah, they're coming down. That saved me the embarrassment. As he trickled through Martini, just a tiny, tiny little bit of sunlight now through the mid part of Castle Straight. All cars happily returning, compete another day. Some of them most certainly with improved handicaps. They'll be tickled pink with that. Might be one or two celebrations in the beer tent, who knows? Well, whoever carried out the work on the track has to be rewarded. It looks magnificent. It's certainly been appreciated by the handicappers. Most certainly the top single-seaters will appreciate this. It was explained to me earlier on by Jolien, who drives Cognac, that the reason the track is so good is that when it's laid like this very recently, it has fairly large pores. So it gives lots of ability of grip. Over a period of time it becomes smoother, because obviously the number of cars going over and accelerating, and those little bumps and pores, a bit like the skin, are pressed down, and it becomes smoother, and those target times become more and more difficult to stage. So this is, listening to Jolyon, this is going to be your best ever, boys and girls, for getting your handicap down. It's the same, I understand, when they polish your cars these days, they put wax or whatever it is into the dimples, and then smooth it over, and then give it that final high gloss. So that is a similar comparison to a track as to a car. Thank you, Jolyon, for that advice and that information. Well, I hope you've all had a good day as you wander slowly up the hill. You've had your last ice cream, last glass of Vimto going down the hill at speed. Don't drop it, sir.
Attention paddock. Competitors, you are reminded that you will not be allowed to leave the venue until the competition runs have finished and the marshals are off the hill. They've been stood in this sun all day, so I'm sure you can offer a little bit of patience to allow them to get out the sunshine and possibly to the bar, where as soon as we're
Coming up to the line is Jocelyn Jones on the Humber 8, 18, 19, 28. I'm slightly stumped by that, but then that's often the case. I know it's 1,000 and a tickle over cc's, so that's fine. Nice start. Nicely held round Wiz. Sun behind now, so there's not glancing underneath the visor. On the shared cars, number 82, Terry McGrath in this lovely Amel car. Just to reiterate the earlier comment made, Amel cars are French, not Spanish. Somebody suggested that I had said they were Spanish. I said the only Spanish bit I've seen today is the Bugatti that has a badge on the side that it went to Spain from Mulside, which of course is France. So the little Amel cars are probably the best racing equivalent of, say, I would say the Bugatti Type 37A, although they were slightly larger in CC, but the two competed very vigorously against each other all over Europe. The Amel cars, I've always expressed the view they look like pure little Swiss mechanical machines, but they are French. Nice tight line coming out of the start line into Wiz. Of course, Ian Patton in the shared is a little later on. So they too. I think it's a case of looking at Ian. You do the spanner work, you borrow it, which is great. So we've got two drivers, two chances to see the lovely. Very nice. Little level car. Another shared one, 717, coming down to the line after. Good on the line, 717. Obviously, that is in class 2. So Chris Burr, I think that should be correct. So let me have a look in class 8, see if I can give you some definitive information on that for you. Class 8. Yes, I have a whole list of class 8. Jolly good. Right. Who would be suggesting? Well, who's got the fastest time? 66.762. Wilfred. Oh, surprise. Well done, Wilfred. Call it. 62.50. That's going to be 60. Ooh, no, I beg your pardon. Stuart Rose in the Austin Curfew. 62.30. Right, so between you two boys. And leading that is Kevin Morton in the Riley 9 Special, 60.89. Well, something to go for, you three boys. Let us see what happens. Right, number 84 coming down to the line is Chris Pickering, the Ulster replica. Current target of 60.0. 84 on his first run was 67.71. Then to be fair, I think it is first here, so the judgment of his handicap will be made on other climbs elsewhere at the moment. 85 following close behind, Ken Morton, Riley 9 Special. At the moment he is leading the class with a 60.89. So let's see on the screen how he goes and how he tackles this. What I won't be able to tell you is the time after the class is over and I go back and pick up the class. Slightly slow out of the start gate. So let's see as he comes through the gate. Nice approach. Yes, it is. Nicely through the first one and very good on the second approach, second part of the S's. Shore bench. Let's see how he approaches it. Pushes out from left to right. Nicely circuit, get all the power on. You can see why his first time was a 60.0. Whistling up towards Martini. Right. David Fennell. Toy. Beautiful little daffodil yellow. Powerful, well driven boat by he and his daughter not here today. David was part of the council of the VSCC and chairman of the Hillclimb. So he ran it for certainly 5-6 years. Very good storyteller. Does a lot of campaigning for charities. Was awarded gold award for that. Very care of other people. Right, let's watch the toy approach. Right, safety through the gate into the first part of the S's. Sprint through. Slightly middle of the road. Up to Sawbench. Let's see how he tackles that. Yeah, that's good. Good approach. Very good approach. Get all that speed going. Just kiss the outside edge. Grass and away. Be a good time. Very smooth, very smooth, very smooth, very smooth. Well, it can't be the time of David's first, it's not even on the sheet. How frustrating. Number 92 coming down to the line. I think that must have been... Who's that on this? Can't pick up. No, I can't pick it up, boy, I'm sorry. To follow, which is David Morley and the Riley Special. David normally is well up in the class order. Let's see what David's first was. Yeah, 57.77. Greg, surprise, was 51.97. A good 48 from Michael James and the Riley TT Sprite. That's a cracking time. 48.65. Let's see where that sits in terms of his handicap. Yep. His handicap is a 50 dead, so 48.65. That seems to be bearing out the theory that we've already expressed. The track is producing better and better times for individuals against their respective handicaps. Well done. That's 7, Paul Compton and the Wolsey Aries. I must always refer, I know, to the Radiator, because it does look like as though you could put your toast in it on a Monday morning before you go off to the office. I think, however, it is part and parcel of its wonderful history. Followed by 98. Riley Special. This is an Ultra Imp replica. Right. Right, Greg will have known what his time was. He will have been down there to have a quiet look. So he knows he's got a 51.97. paces. It could be a 51.43, something like that. So a little bit cooler out there. Give it a safe run on your last run. I want to see you there for the rest of the season, please. Nice takeoff. Held again nicely. Right, let's watch him up the hill. Coming through the gate. Where are you, Greg? Nice approach. Yeah. Gives a lot of speed up. A lot of speed. Very swiftly through the S's. Coming up to saw bench. Nice, nice, nice turn in. Yeah. Inside wheel just giving a tiny bit of smoke, kept all that power on. Castle Straight hammering down. Martini through and over the finishing line. I think he would have chipped away on that first run of his. By how much, I can't tell you at the moment. Right, here we go, 111. William Irving over the Alvis 1250. Coming up to the line, that is. Wolsey Hornet Special. On goes the supercharger. Nicely geared, changed up to third. And he disappears from our sight, but he appears on the screen. So let's see him happily come through the gate. First part of the complex of S's. Swinging through nicely. Holding good position on the road. Coming up to saw bench, so we're going to tackle saw bench. Ooh, nice position, very good, very good. Yes, sliding through, kissing the grass on the far left-hand side, coming up, losing no speed at all. Bluebell's nodding in agreement with my commentary there. AC 1670. See if we can whistle down on his handicap at 58.6. Let's see how he gets through. I've lost him at the moment. No, picked him up now. Through the S's comfortably. Just a little dip coming down into saw bench. Dip down and fractionally throttle through. Back on the power, into the sunlight very briefly, and then away to Martini. Let's pick him up on Martini. Let's see how he tackles that. As he comes up to it now, dips on the far right-hand side. Nicely cool, beautifully done. Lovely sachet right through and over the finishing post. Past, done. We're getting through them swift and fast. We've got a Nash coming up now. Who's the Nash? Who's the Nash? The Nash. Theodore Hunt, Fraser Nash TT replica. 2 litres, so this could be an ace. I think it's a Bristol engine, the 2 litre. 1.8, 1.8. I I would say it was a Bristol engine there. That's a lot of power. Unless, no, it would have to be. There's one slightly larger with a Bugatti engine in it, which is 3.2 on the dash, which was an engine given to Duncan Pittaway, his 21st president. So it was eventually lodged in a Nash. Front 21 is David Microbert, yeah, with the one Bentley that we have here today. Let's see how he wedges this through the gate. There's a big car to one there. Very comfortably, I would say. That is a large machine to go through there. Right, class 10, we're swiftly getting through. Let me see who is leading in class 10 in their very first round. The Fraser Nash 49.80, no surprise. I would say in class 10 that is at the moment a solid win in that class. That takes us into class 13. Thick and fast till last they come, or thick and fast until they last. Right. That could be Ben Purnell in that single-seater. Now I beg your pardon, that was the very last of the chosen cars in class 10. So class finish. Now they're going up with the course car to go and collect them and herd them back like sheep. Each of them behaving themselves. Checking all the marshals that they're happy there's nothing being dropped on the track, no bits of articles or oil, so she can report appropriately. The Eagle Eye of Diana.
Can't be that many more cars to run now, can it?
Wandering home for your first gin and tonic, sir, aren't you? Yep, I thought you were. Aren't they mean in the pub when they give you a double? I mean, it's useless. Nothing like a home gin and tonic. I could see one lonely family on the opposite side of the track. Good viewing point, actually. Clearly a spring on the left-hand side, on the opposite side of the track. You can see a lot of gravel there. You don't want that coming down and washing away the top of your surface, presumably. That then runs into the little stream, which is the overflow from the pond on my right. Hence why all those trees have grown so comfortably there, drawing water out from the stream. I imagine 1 to 2 areas down here have spring water flowing into them. It would be obvious looking at the very nature of this lovely settlement. How peaceful. I bet on a summer evening like today when we all go, we'll see the odd bat flying around. I didn't realise there were so many bats in our history. I was looking at one of the papers and doing a note to the grandchildren. There were 5. Pipsqueak, is it one? Pipstrel, Pipstrel. Pipsqueak sounds more fun. Like barn owls too. How many owls we have in this wonderful country. We've got a pair roosting at home, or nesting, I beg your pardon. Yeah, lovely. Little chunky barn owls, little chunky jobs. I don't know how many eggs they lay, probably 2 or 3, probably no more. Anyway, they're well protected where they are. Listening to Farming News this morning at 6:30, we were up in the Faroe Isles and they were talking about lambs that are being picked up by both sea eagles and white-tailed eagles. And they were introduced maybe 15 years ago, and of course, quite correctly, they proliferated. I think there are now 22 pairs, and obviously in their habitat they have no hostile predators, other than, of course, the farmers who breed their lambs and then see them being struck by those enormous talons and taken off, but quite correctly they can't do anything. So it's a difficult balance, that one is. I don't know whether you get compensation from the government. I suppose you've got to record how many lambs you may or may not have lost through predators. You just imagine the form you have to fill out. You'd probably give up, actually, wouldn't you? I can't be bothered to go through 20 note pages saying, and photographs that I didn't see the bird, but I've got a loss of a lamb. Anyway, all safely home. That's class 10 and 8, and possibly a little bit of 7, the double drivers. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for providing the sport of your magnificent cars. You notice the drivers wave and say thank you to the marshals. Oh, David, that's a very good wave. That's almost a royal wave. Yes, oh, very much a royal wave. I don't remember seeing him in Westminster Abbey a fortnight ago. Maybe he was tucked up on one of the back benches with the other 2 princes. I'll probably get sued from America for that comment, won't I? Oh well, never mind. Nash looks completely right, doesn't it, in terms of configuration. It's a nice shape. You can see how successful they were. It just works as a car. Very elegant, like it. Yep. Take one home, put it in the garage, please. Right, that would suggest now should be looking to welcome class 13, which is the pre-41 racing cars up to 1100. Let me find that for you. Class 13. Let's have a look. Who is splitting the difference here? Let's have a look. I've got a couple of 50. Oh, I got a 55. 55 is Granny. Well done, Gary. 55.35. David Hubble in the Ulster. Ooh, that's a tight time. 53.58. That's in the shared one. Let's have a look. 135. Well, his handicap is a 58.5. Can't be 53.80. So even I'm questioning the mathematics of that improvement. Well, let's put it on that first run, 53.80 for David Hubble. Then we've got Gary Clare and Granny, 55.35. And then the others are also ran with regarding their respective good times, but not catch-up times for a class win. So we'll wait and see. Where are they, boys and girls? The sun is beginning to drop a little bit. What time are we? 20 to 6. Here is the shared Amilcar in the correct colours, and it is French. The other shared car, which will be Andrew Oliver in the Riley Special. Two very different blues. One very, very French blue, the other one really a Mediterranean soft blue. Skies and the sea that we'll be able to see in a few weeks' time when we all go down to Monaco. All right, let's see how the car tackles the gate. Nicely through, tiny little bit of smoke. I suppose this is French, I should say, it's Gauloise. That distinctly French whiff. Happily through the S's, coming up to shore bench. Nice turn in. Yes, straightened her up, get the power going. Little bit of lean towards the green grass and the bluebells and away. Waiting for the green light. Here we go, bread. Heartbeat going up for the driver. Revs going up for the car. Are we off? Nope. Nope. Yep. He's saying even the marshals say, why isn't it green? He's safely through. Yeah. Here we are. Oh no, red line, red flag. Where did he stop then? No. Can't help you. I thought he'd gone through Saw Bench. He certainly went through the final martini. So where did he disappear to? Pause. Anyway, red flag. Hence why that was such a long wait on the red. We do not need this hesitation at this time of evening. La 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 la. Whistle, flags in, red flag tucked away. We'll now wait for the green, holding him gently. And we've got to follow is the other shared machine of 93. Francis. Sorry to keep you there, Charlotte. How'd you do in your first ride, Charlotte? Let me have a look for you. Charlotte Boyer. Charlotte. 62.8. Good time. I didn't sound surprised, I just said a good time, okay. This is the shared time with Mrs. Lorico. Always a very well prepared Riley, this. Greg is normally slightly faster, but then he's slightly more aggressive with regarding the action that we see on the respective corners. Barbara's first time was a 66 point. My husband is a 59.7. But you're out to enjoy it, and she does. That's good. Husband and wife enjoying sharing a car and sharing their excitement with us. So thank you both. 132 on the line. Now we have correctly gone into class 13. 3-2 is Rick Pierman, Austin 7, up on the line. Whereas Ben Purnell's just gone off in a single-seater Austin 7. Well, they're both single-seaters, I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe you've got to be a very small... Yes, you might. Might be very small. Oh, that's a cracking engine note. 132, 132, class 13. Let's move to class 13 for you all. Class 13. I think Greg is going to be some difficulties. Right. 135 coming up in the second. 135 with Chris Hubble. Peter Loxton on with the little Austin Fiat. You only occasionally see the little baby Fiat engine in these cars. Actually, it's a very dependable machine, actually. So using the chassis of the Austin, then popping a little Fiat baby in it. I think you could tweak it actually a little bit, probably more than some of the Austins. Worth talking to him on that. Certainly 134, 134, 134, 134. Yeah, 67.11. Six, which is John Wiseman in the Nat. Doesn't give much around your body in terms of body shell, does it? You're exposed on a cold wind day. Again, one of those wonderful English specials. There we go. Walloping chain. There we go. And firing up, followed by 140. Gary Clare, who, as we stand at the moment, would be the class leader. be interesting to see what comes up in front of us at the start line on the green. See what Gary's figure is in a second. His first time was a 55.35. So let's pause for a second. 150 coming up to the line, which is Annette Whittle in the lovely Lagonda Rapide. This is the slightly, they also had an 1100, didn't they? But a lot of people changed them to slightly bigger, chunky 1500cc. But I think originally they mostly had the 1300 engine. This gave them a little bit more power. Nice takeoff, Annette. Nice gear change. Approaching Bunny's Leap and track, well done, turning nicely in. Very good approach. Yep, Mum can go home very happy with that. I think she will have improved her first run, would be my analysis of that. Let me have a look. I've got 62.19, 62.19, 62.19, 62. Result. Cadwell Park race meeting on Sunday 18th of June. I think, without doubt, that has to be certainly my favourite track in the whole of the UK. They call it the Baby Nürburgring, which it probably most likely is. And it will play host to the club's celebrated Dick Seaman Trophy race meeting, boasting the full eclectic mix of pre-war and post-war racing machinery. Practice sessions will be in the morning with of course a full race programme following lunch. I know it's a long way, but golly, it's fun. It's a cracking track. It's beautifully, beautifully looked after. Where would you stand? I suppose start and the finish, watching them coming up over the hill, and then going down to those wonderful series of bins. 1, 2, 3, and then a long right-hander as you drop down then towards the start and finish. I mean, that's got to be exciting for anybody. I went round there with Garato years ago in his Type 35B Bugatti, and it was on a practice day. Oh no, it was practice, that's right, before the race, when you are to do that. Or, beg your pardon, the clerk of the course gave me permission just so I could understand how the track worked. And we went round 3 times, and then I said, but don't you drive this a bit quicker than that on this? He smiled, he said, yes. I said, well, try and show me. And golly, was that exciting. What a driver, woof, what fun. What fun. And then I was taken round by, oh that's right, I was taken round a second time in Patrick. Patrick had an Austin Healey 3000. Mind you, it didn't look like a 3000, I mean it was just beautifully modified. And he took me round in that, and of course that was a completely and utterly different experience. Again handled by a superb pilot. So I was very privileged by both, but I have to put out the comment, I do select who I go round with. Anyway, prior to the afternoon event itself, just to make sure, I went round myself 3 times in a Porsche I had then, a 911. Went round, and as you know, the little tail fin comes up at, I think it's 71, 72 miles an hour. Anyway, I finished my 3 laps, came in, lots of laughter. They said, what speed were you doing, Nick? I said, 28, 30 miles an hour. I didn't want us to press on the right-hand side of that car at all. I said, I do have admiration for all of them. So yes, put Cadwell on your list. It's the second race meeting that we have within the VSCC, first one being Silverstone. So you've got that on your event. We've then got the, I suppose then we lead into, is there nothing in end of July? Well, we've got the Jewel of the Crown, which thank you very much, it is, thank you, Prescott. And that is your 5th and 6th of August. I mean, some people just arrive for the picnic all weekend. I don't think they cross over the line, but that doesn't matter. We've got some new champagne. We're going to be supplied with new champagne this year. Our own nice beers. Full open clubhouse, as you know now. We've got that with underneath our ownership and our ability to run it correctly. Nice photograph showing through the S's coming up to Rolt Corner in a Bugatti. Yes, well done. As they say, use it, drive it, love it. Young members in competition, that is what all today is about. Boys and girls under 30. And we've been provided with a very special prize today, which I think I will probably be asked to award later on. And in addition, I understand you've been very spoilt with regards to your application and your costs for today for entry by the founder of this wonderful hill climb. The Bonham Christie Trophy will be handed out tonight. This was introduced in 2022 and it's awarded annually to the driver under 30 who achieves the fastest time on their handicap at the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb. Mrs. Bonham Christie decided in 2023, as I said, she would also like to extend her generosity, and it is generosity, as well as the annual trophy that she will be awarding this year. She's sponsored your entry fee, so I think a small curtsy from you girls and a small bow from you boys would be well received, well received. So, as the brochure said, we are overwhelmed with that generosity and kindness. And in addition, of course, it greatly supports the track today and the use of cars, whether borrowed, stolen from mum and dad's barns or whatever. And I would thank you enormously for that, enormously. There's a very good, on one of the latter pages, more on marshalling, event stewarding with Steve Jones. As it says, get involved and come along and learn how it is done, enjoy it. Join your favourite hill climbs or sprints or racing. Learn about it and get involved, and your duty will be increased as you learn. And who knows, like our start, marshals today, off to Europe in a few weeks' time. Both at the Grand Prix, Le Mans, and the Historique. I mean, what fun! The club's been awarded the Sustainable Club of the Year, and this is something we're all delighted with because both the VSCC and their council or committee, as well as us at Prescott, were very aware of where we should be promoting and looking to care for both our environment, the clubs respectively represent, and taking care of our environment, particularly with regarding the concerns that both have been expressed nationally and internationally. So both of us have incorporated the enormous talent of one of your members to significantly look at the carbon emission and to bring with it, you have already done as a forefront in your action within historic motorsport, and you were awarded this year by our governing body the Sustainable Club of the Year. So 2022, congratulations and well done. we're leading up to that at Prescott, the Bugatti Owners Club, with the guidance of the individual that you have provided to us too, so we're on the same course. And I think that is an admirable initiative of clubs. One thing, do you have unloved event pots? And you just don't know what to do with them? Bring them along to the club, any event, or pop in for a visit at Topo, our pot supplier, and they will recycle them. Well, I've got many in my collection. I think I've got about 2. But many of you got many more. One small, tired little boy being taken up the hill by his mum. I bet I could bring a smile to his face if I said she was bringing him up for an ice cream. But no, Mummy said, no, don't even say that. Maybe a glass of milk? Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah, you're on. I'll join you, boy. It's on the final page on 30 and 31. It's Fix It Again Tom, which is that meet the winner of the 1927 Fiat 509, which was sponsored by Haggerty. That's a cracking good idea too. And you're doing the same for the Morgan three-wheelers, I noticed too. Putting the scraps and bits and pieces together and saying, right kids, build it. You've been given it at a sensible capital sum. Catch the bug, build it, race it, hill climb it, enjoy it, and contribute to your club. We'd love that. We'd love that. I love it. It says, spread on the floor of the warehouse of Brightwell's Auctions, where Parkin runs the classic motoring department. The Fiat occupied half a dozen different pallets. The parts are scattered across a selection of bags, boxes and containers. You certainly need to apply a degree of imagination to visualize it as does a running car. And Lee admits this created a certain amount of amusement amongst his friends. I said to them all, I've won a car, and they all laughed. Then they saw the photograph of the box of bits. He said, a very big, broad smile stretching across his face. But the next thing they said was, when it's done, can you take us out for a drive? So we look forward to seeing that as and when you give them caretaking thought. I see there's much discussion on which body shape you're going to do. 509s wore 2 or 4 door touring bodywork, or slightly racier sports coachwork as fitted in 509S, known as the Retief Special in period. 509 had a skiff type rear body. I suppose one gives the opportunity for 4 people, and the racier sportswear just for 2. I don't know. You might squeeze a small Italian bambino in the back, I suppose. Well, you could do that in France and Italy. You probably couldn't do it in England, could you? I remember going backwards and forwards with my kids from London in a Capri 3000, and I think we put the carry cot in the back, and that was it. We drove up the motorway back to Birmingham. Right, the boys and girls are coming safely home, which is good. And we wait for the next class. It is 6 o'clock, so I imagine our providers are looking carefully at timing. I wait instructions as to where we are going, but I can see one little single-seater Austin waiting over there, but I haven't heard them call yet for anybody else. Patrick's getting used to this, pushing it back up the hill, so it starts first time for his run. Never mind, Patrick, very good for the calf muscles. Early morning Pilates to put it on the roller underneath each calf, roll it, and he'll find takes all that nasty pain out. Okay, yep, I'm going forwards, he says with his finger. Still red, so wait till it's green. Not that you can overshoot it. Might be fun, wouldn't it? I wonder what time he'd do then. No, mustn't introduce naughtiness. Where are we? 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 He's suggesting the course car is just coming down. So wait a second, Patrick. Track all clear. Ready to roll. Right, Patrick's on a roll. I think he's going to come now, yeah. We've got 154 first. Hardly turned a wheel before it fired with you, Patrick. Well done. Yes, Mum, I think the likelihood of going down to that pushchair with your son could be an interesting ride. Right, we've got the three-wheeler Morgan slotting in. That two cars hesitating. Then start that incident. Then followed by Patrick. Gary's nicely lined. Just crushing the outside of the grass on the bridge. Patrick coming up to the line, double checking. He's got some sweet brakes, very smartly stopping on the line. See what 52.47 from Gary. Patrick is away. Lovely, gave it a real nudge coming out whiz. Total commitment. Right, let's watch him go through the gate and through the S's. Let's see a real Nash performing. Lovely whoosh, there he goes. A real sachet through the S's, very swiftly through. Good line coming in to Saw bench. I would say that was a better time than his first. I would say that's going to be a 0.23 off that original time. Let's see when it comes up on the clock. Where are you, Thomas? Come on. Where is it? One. I missed it. I do apologize. First time was 48.20. Michael James and that Riley Cotton special was 48.40. That's pretty sharp from young Michael James. Good for you. Car's performed well under your tutelage today, has it not? 158 Compton is a 51.9. Yep, 51.59, so 48. Last of the doubles. 135, 7135. David Hubble, Altus replica in class 13. Well, David has the opportunity here of squeezing to Gary Clare. Taking the class, certainly. Now 161, which have just leaked over onto class 15. 161 is Richard Wiseman, the Bugatti Type 35. This is the unsupercharged, the classic 226. Julian Harrison in the AC Gian Cognac. We're now class 16. Let me find the times for you in class 16. Class 16. Sorry, I have nothing in class 16. But let's put it between the three. Jolyon, Ed and Baxter. David will be slightly slow off the line in the ERA because we know we can't on the pre-selector pick up first. But that doesn't matter, it's just wonderful sound. We'll listen to that 2-litre supercharged Riley engine. If you come to Prescott next weekend, remember I got 5 of them at least, including Victor Riley, son of, and the BRMs. Nice takeoff, Ed. Right, let's come up on the screen and watch these two boys. I'm going to pick up. I missed Jolyon. Ed coming in to the gate, through the gate. Oh, what a tight on that second part of S's. That was really shaving it through. Right, coming up to saw bench, moving over to the left-hand side, nicely through, beautifully held, a little waggle in the final tail, grip and away. Remember he was doing 77 plus, we said, going down the straight. So what time we're coming up to? Let's have a look. What have you done, Ed? Nope, doesn't give it to me, I missed it. All right, 48.76, 48.76, 48.76, 48.76, 48. Yep, so he's broken his handicap, which is 49.50, so it would seem to be all three of boys have missed it on that. Here we are, Humphrey, and the start line. Remember, he has got a second gear, because first is slipping, so he'll really be able to put the power on when he comes out of Whiz corner. But it doesn't matter, just listen to this ERA. Listen. Magic. Oh. Nick Mason produced a record, do you remember some years ago? And it has the ERA on it and the BRM. between the two of them, I know the BRM goes up to 16,000 revs per level, but if you have a difficult day at the office, put that record on you and go out and think life's good again. Hey, Humphrey, well done. Right, Julian, what you going to do? Show us what you can do up there. Take it carefully. I've got a long season ahead with your lovely car on the track. Always beautifully prepared. As I said earlier on, he's taking 70 plus Bentleys across to France for the Historique. He's a major contributor at everything at the Providence. He's got a son marrying, I think it's the 11th, 12th of June. He's got a lovely house on the Thames, and he's a really nice individual and driver. Away she goes. Like, let's watch him go through, then I'm following up that with a Connaught. Where are you? Come on. Way. Nicely committed. Nicely committed. Not quite as tight a line as Ed, oddly enough. Coming up to Sawbench. Let's have a look. Tighter line than Sawbench for him though, because he's got a little bit more traction and a little nicely through and a lot of power going up the straight. Right, got the Connaught. I always think they look such a pretty, they look like a cigar, don't they? Green, magnificent piece of machinery. Well, they weren't totally successful to start with, but the hell is in motor racing? It takes a while. Nice line through, S's, Sawbench, whistling through. Nicely, that little yellow nose sneaking through Sawbench, and then woof, a lot of power going right up towards Martini. Let's see where he finishes on Martini. Here we come, coming up. Lovely shot of him directly in front of me. And then I got the diminutive little Cooper following. Whoa, lovely sachet straight the way through. Well caught, well caught. And what have we got now? We've got the Jaguar 120 with a split windscreen. Of course, at the end of the day, you quietly take your numbers off, decals off, and you drive it home, don't you? Hold it into first gear, that's it. And then that lovely clunk as you get into second gear in a Jaguar. Yeah, where's it? Oh, there it is. Found it. Got it. I've got the Fraser Nash Le Mans. I know we have safety with a little rollover bar, but it just tends to spoil just that beautiful shape of that particular car. A couple of out there for sale at the moment, but I think you're talking quite big, chunky sums of money. They can't take it away from you eventually. Oh, a quick touch of the brakes, how interesting, just a little snippet. 53.27 for the car before, and then I think we have our final Cooper T56. Nice engine note. Nice takeoff. Second, third, holding it in the third, coming up to the gate. Yep, safely and swiftly through. Last section of the S's. Carefully behind him. Approaching. No sun now at all on our upper parts of the hill. Into Sawbench. Nicely curved round, beautiful. Kept all the power on. Very comfortable. Very nimble piece of machinery. Of course, cars down there going up to collect the batch, because that would suggest There are no double cars to be shown. We have to presuppose in Class 60 we have our FTD, and I will wait to be invited as to all the other respective winners are out of today's. So I think the nicest thing is to invite you now to the bar, which is open, and we are probably about 15 minutes or so before they make their decisions as to who are the winners today. Well, they're all winners really, actually, and we'll celebrate those appropriately and correctly in front of the marquee. So go and ask for a cider or a beer or whatever. So thank you, marshals, for looking after everybody here today. It's been quite a long day. Thank you, boys, for been running the machines in here, the screen and the other equipment that we've had. Thank you for the people who've come in and given me help today with regards to the commentary. I appreciate that. I'm sorry it was only me today. John Stabley has rung up already and apologised, but sorry for letting you down. But it was a breakdown on the car M5 yesterday, so he missed his dinner with his mates last night, and he missed seeing you all today and giving you the pearls of wisdom that he would do. So I would apologise if mistakes have been made. That's the very nature of me. But I've enjoyed it. So thank you for entertaining and looking after us. And I'll give the appropriate prizes in a few minutes' time, or a quarter of an hour's time. But in the meantime, publicly thank you for coming here. Take a very safe drive home, and I look forward to welcoming you at other VSCC events throughout the summer. So thank you. Good night.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.